But like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today. This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry. Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Let's get right to it. Let's not prolong. Let's not wait around. So who would like to be first to thank the Most High on this illustrious, beautiful 21 degrees Shabbat morning in Ohio? Who would like to be first? Anyone? Are any of y'all ready to thank the Most High for anything special? Because if not, I got a whole lot to talk about. What shall be the sign? You gonna come on mine? Okay, here she wanna come on, y'all. Let's see. Do what you want. What you want to do? You want to speak?
I didn't bring it back.
All right. Do you want to speak? People are waiting to hear your voice. You want to talk, or you want to get on the screen? Which one do you prefer? Okay, you can sit down and talk. They can hear you. Can y'all hear her? They can hear you.
I am giving praises to the Creator for traveling mercies up to Ohio, visiting my family. I am very grateful for the provision and the spiritual guidance of my each and all of you for our family, for our future. I'm doing a lot of things in the way that I'm on this and most of my doing each semester. Very, very important for our future. So I'm very grateful for that. His provision and guidance. And I'm grateful for just the health of the family because it is very cold and I'm going to stick this with me. I'm grateful that baby Grace has included everything. He has like a stuffy nose a little bit, but that's nothing. Just in the lungs and things like that. A severe cough. So I'm grateful he doesn't have this baby.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Torah. May the Most High be praised. All right. Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? Hold on. Y'all make it like it's a task, like it's a hard assignment. You don't have to go first. Why are you so busy trying not to go first? Everybody should want to be first. You should want to be first in life, period. You want to get there before everybody else anyway. Yes, ma'am. You want to turn your mic on and we turn mine off?
First and foremost, giving thanks and praises to the Creator for his everlasting power, for allowing us to arise on this Shabbat day. Always giving thanks for him allowing us to make it to the Shabbat, because so many do not. And as I say, this is one of my favorite days. It's a day that I completely get to not do any work. That's my mind and give it over to the Creator for rejuvenation, for him to boost my spirit, allow me to rest my mind to the degree that he allows it to be, so that I can be ready and fortified for the week, for the job that he has placed upon me. Giving thanks and praise to my Marine, my parents, for their legacy, for the everlasting love that they bestowed upon my siblings and I, so we will look upon them for their sacrifices for our people in this world, all over the world, for just the family that gave me outside of my siblings, but I have so many cousins and aunts and uncles, things like that, and so protected in different ways and having and able to know that where I go, basically in the world, that because of who my parents were and what they've done, that there are people there that will honor their relationship and make sure that we keep my family and children. All praises to the Creator for my East and for everything I do that has been blessed by the Creator with, and that He take those blessings and place them on us, His wives, His family, His children, and even the community. And so grateful for legacy of this life, for the blessing and even the fortitude that He puts at home to continue to go forward, even when the naysayers are amongst us on a daily basis, even when the negative is there. But you gotta have the courage to do it. You gotta have faith in Creator to push forward, because those things are there to break you down and to keep you from fulfilling the Most High's plan. Thankful to the Creator for our family, for all those that know each other's family, for my friends, my best friend, all my sisters in this walk, as we say Hebrew sisters, but in the Black Pride movement, all of my sisters in that kind of youth to now adulthood. Our children are now sisters in their sisterhood. It's a beautiful thing to see, and I pray that the Most High continue to keep them safe, all of us safe. Asking for a special prayer for my children, two of my children who are over in Africa right now, that the Most High continues to be with them and allow them to get them home safely. And just to be with all of our children, keep them, especially on this day, to honor, praise, and to glorify. And then, to be thankful for traveling with you, and for the Lord, everything that you can cover and for giving us those and others to go and help us. And we're not able to be in every place that we go. So I thank you for
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabah. Sis, you want to thank the Creator for anything?
I thank the Most High for life.
I don't know if they can hear you. It's not real low. Real low. A little bit louder, please. Maybe if you stand up, you ain't got to get on the screen, but you can stand up a little closer. Or raise your voice.
Considering us to walk in His ways and be in His light. Pray the Most High continues to God should protect us. His angels keep about us.
May the Most High be praised. Total Rabah. Toda Rabah. All right, family. Is anyone in the audience, the family audience, would like to thank the Most High for anything special? Now is the time to do so. You can just type it in the room. Let me get the chat. Let me get the chat done for you. Oh, yeah. Hit the link. If you want to come on the screen, hit the link, set up your account. You can come on the screen, be on the platform, say what it is that you want to say verbally out of your mouth. May the Most High be praised. Okay. So it's my turn. All right, my turn. You know, I thank the Most High for portions of His knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. He doesn't give it to us all. He doesn't give us all of his wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. He gives it to us in portions. And those portions is what helps us to be delineated. I think the screen is broken. How much stuff is frozen? Those portions that he gives, frozen again. Those portions that he gives us is what causes us to be set apart from the rest of the world, the rest of the nation. So I thank the Most High for what he's done for us, to us, with us, and for us, by giving us a portion of his understanding, his knowledge, you know, because in this life here, I don't know how many of you might be aware of what I'm about to say. I'm frozen again. I don't know why I keep getting frozen. Too many devices. She says too many devices. Yesterday, I was on the computer by myself yesterday and it froze. All right, let me try again. I don't know how many of you are aware of what I'm about to say. And I don't know how many of you are going through the struggles that I'm about to speak about. But last week, I sent an invite to one of the brothers that I grew up with, who frequently, he's an Israelite. Last, we spoke a long time ago, about last year. And he has a whole lot of questions about the Creator right now. And these questions that he has are general questions that people who are anti the Most High puts in the minds of people. Like, if the Creator is the creator of all creation, then why did he let all those little innocent children die? We don't have the answers for everything. But we got our answers for a lot of stuff. If the Creator is the creator of all creation, he's a merciful power. He used the word God, I think. But if he's a merciful power, why did he put Job through all that suffering and torturing and pain? Job was an innocent man. What did Job do to deserve that? I mean, these things are real things. And these types of questions will make people say, you know what? Oh, man, I don't know about this Creator talking about this power these Israelites talking about we need to be serving. I ain't so sure that's a good thing. And a lot of us fall victim to this thing, these types of thoughts, this type of energy that the people put out there to cause us to feel the way. All right, if my audio is clear, I'm gonna just keep talking when the video freezes. That way we can keep it moving because I don't want to interrupt anything. Please forgive the audio. But these are real questions that a lot of people have in their spirit and in their mind. And I'm sure there's a lot of other questions that people might have that they want to have answers to and need to be addressed in a lot of their reality of life that they call, what they call it, if you can't explain this to me, then I'm not going to serve the Creator. Not one person that I spoke to who's had these types of understandings or thoughts or questions, no matter where they got it from, because I believe that anything that's worth believing, accepting, and following is worth defending. There should be some type of answer for these things. It's just that we might not understand at that time. But my understanding is this. I don't know how many of them have went to the Creator with those questions before they go to man. I don't know how many people who have doubt in the Creator has fasted, prayed, meditated, and took those things to the Almighty for an answer. Usually they don't go that way. Usually they hear something, they start looking up stuff or research and looking around, and then they want to bring the question and say, hey, Prince, this is something difficult that I don't understand. How could you want me to serve a power that's causing Job, an innocent man, to suffer the way that he's suffering? Sometimes you can give people the answers, and because their minds are so made up, you don't really hear what you're saying to them. They don't take the time to consider the answers to these questions. I don't know how many people have really learned to ask the Creator for a sign, like today's class. What shall be the sign? Most of us, or many, let's say many of us, have questions in our mind and don't know how to receive an answer. Even if the answer is right before our face, oftentimes we're not spiritually in tune enough to recognize that that's your answer. That's the Most High talking to you. And sometimes he might repeat it again. Sometimes he might repeat it again. And it'd be so clear, but you don't see it because your spirit is convoluted with all the other stuff that's going on in your life. Well, let me explain some things to you. One thing about Job. Job's life. Job went through what he went through. He experienced what he experienced, not for Job, because Job was already an upright and justice man. Most High said that when Satan was talking to him. He put Job through all those challenges and all those tribulations and all those trials so he could be an example for you. And that's just one answer. That's Prince's answer. So we can look at the difficulties in Job's life and say, you know what? If Job can go through all this hell, suffering, and misery and still serve the Creator, I cannot. With these little issues I got going on in my life, these little questions that I got going on in my life, why can I learn from the story of Job to benefit my life in this existence? But that's what prayer brings to you. That's what fasting and meditation brings to you. Answer. Now, if your spirit is not right, you're not going to accept the answer. Because you don't want to, in most cases, accept reality of truth that the Most High brings in our lives. Then we start fighting and funneling and looking for different ways to try to really back away, because that's really what you really want to do. You're just trying to find an excuse to do it. You really just want to walk away, because I understand, and Prince accepts the fact that this life ain't for everybody. And everybody ain't meant for this life. And it's okay. And I know that this life can be difficult at times. But it's only difficult when you don't truly, sincerely commit your existence to the Most High. For those of us who truly, sincerely commit our existence to the Most High, it's not the same. We don't get the same results that you get. We don't see what you see. Because once you really turn your life over to the Most High and you really begin to live a life that's pleasing to Him to the best of your ability, although you're not perfect, you will begin to see things differently in life. You will begin to get answers that the ordinary or common man don't get to his questions. And a part of the reason why is because he doesn't dedicate himself and make that sacrifice to receive those answers, or to recognize the voice of the Most High. And the Most High don't speak to everybody the same way. You have to be able to understand how the Most High speaks to you. You got to be able to recognize when the Most High is speaking to you, because you have that relationship with Him. And a lot of us don't. Therefore, a lot of us do not understand when the Most High is laying something simple down in our face. Did you pray? Did you fast? Did you meditate? Did you ask the Most High on a spiritual level to give you a physical answer? Did you? Because a lot of us don't. And that's why a lot of us don't receive answers. We run off of our emotions when we ask questions. Like the brother asked me, why did all those children get put to death and the Creator let it happen? Why? Those poor innocent children. How do you know they were poor innocent children? Do you know what their past life was like? Do you know what their future holds? When we allow our emotions to get in the way, all we see is what the Western mindset has taught us. As a man, you should never move off your emotions, because your emotions will almost always, 99% of the time, fail you. As a man, you have to look for reasoning and discipline. You have to move off of the evidence that's before you, do your research, do your prayer, do your meditation, and allow the conclusion to be given to you. And not enough of us do that. This is what we've been taught all our lives, so this is what we do. The Europeans have done a number on us, and then we say we want to serve the Creator. How can you say you want to serve the Creator when you don't go to Him for answers for things that you don't understand? You looking to man, hey, sir, can you give me an answer on that? And if I can't answer it, that means you're going to walk away from the Creator. I'm not the Creator. I might not have the answer for you. So for you to turn your back on the Father because you couldn't get an answer you wanted from a man shows that you really don't want to walk in the ways of the Most High. But then if I do give you an answer, and I answer your question, but the answer is not to your likings, that's still not a reason for you to run. Because what's in my mind, I see clearly. But when I try to share what's in my mind to you and your mind, you might not see it clearly because your mind has not received the education to discern what it is that I understand. Like, for example, there's a whole lot of us sitting here in this room right now. If I said, Kubo, and then I say, Shay, how many of you would understand that without the proper understanding of how to educate your mind to receive the understanding? Because we grew up in America. We don't speak Hebrew on an ordinary language basis. So when somebody comes to you with, and the problem is a lot of people don't understand what I'm saying to be a fact until I finish it. When somebody come to you and they say something that you're not familiar with, you're lost. And even if they was talking to you in English and then they began to speak another language and you don't know that language, you sitting there and you saying, yo, bro, I don't understand that. What does that mean? Same thing in the reality of relationships with the Father. I can't expect you to understand what I understand because I've done the fasting and I continuously do it. I do the prayer and I continuously do it. I curb my appetite for desires of pleasure and seeking promiscuity and desiring to do evil and wickedness. I've curbed that attitude in my life. Have you? So therefore, if you have not went to college, or if you haven't, let's forget college. If you have not put the time in to learn and place yourself in a position to receive understanding, then why would you expect to receive what you have not prepared yourself for? What I said was stand and sit down. I said rise, stand, and then sit down. That's what I said in Hebrew. But if you have not taken the time out of your day to sacrifice and learn Hebrew, because it ain't going to come to you that simple, to meditate and to pray, on Hebrew, you won't understand. So why don't you understand right now that spiritual development or spiritual knowledge don't just fall from the sky, unless that's the Most High's will, but usually it takes you to draw it from the sky to yourself. And you know how you do that? It's a whole mindset that you have to be in. You have to condition your body, the mind, and your spirit to be on one accord. It's a spiritual, physical, mental discipline that you have to have. You have to be willing to walk away from controversy, evil, and negativity and wicked desires that you might have You have to be willing to separate yourself from that. And a lot of us males, we can't keep our thing in our pants, but yet we want answers on high. How? How? Those sacred things are left for people who are willing to make the sacrifices in this life to receive that gift. Yeah, you come right out of the speakeasy talking about, I want to talk to you, God. Help me, God. See, you call on God because you have no knowledge of things. You have no understanding of even how to approach the Most High. But yet you want him to respond to you, which maybe he will if he chooses to. But if you ain't got the keys to know how to access the heavenly powers, why are you fighting with people who give you understanding that you don't want to accept? You shouldn't. Spiritual matters are left for spiritual people. It's very rare that a spiritual discernment, a spiritual understanding will come to carnate people, people who live in the flesh. If you really want to know, you got to separate yourself from the ways of the world and get into prayer and meditation before the Almighty, and he won't let you down if he sees you making those sacrifices. Well, when the Most High told Moses, go tell the people to be ready on the third day to come and talk with me. Why did they have to wait till the third day? Why didn't he just bang, people, I'm talking, you hear me? Why didn't he just do that? Because it was something that they had to do to purify their minds, their soul, their bodies to receive what the Most High had for them. So he told them to separate for a period of time so that when that sign is given, they will recognize that sign. A lot of us don't. We don't do the things that's needed and necessary, but yet we want. So a lot of the answers that you question the Creator about, you're not worthy to receive the answer to those things. Although you want to, you're not worthy. Why? Because you just don't give the Most High the respect that you're supposed to give him. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be great. But you got to deny yourself of the wicked pleasures of this world in order to have that relationship with the Almighty. And if you refuse to deny yourself, then the Most High will, and I promise you, he will give you over to your desires and kindly, gracefully back away from you until you're ready. Most people cannot receive spiritual discernment or spiritual matters unless their soul is right. Their essence got to be right. Most people won't receive it. And I'm not talking anything riddles. I'm giving you a secret of the great mysteries that so many people don't understand. Unless your mind, body, and soul is in proper alignment, you won't hear nothing. Very rarely will you hear anything from the Creator. You ever really need the Most High? And it's just for something for people, just to talk about. You ever really need something from the Creator? I remember one time, and I'm going to share this portion with you, and I'm going to show you just the intensity of what I'm talking about. I remember one time I was on trial, and I was facing 60 years in jail. And the trial didn't look like it was going my way. So I went back to my cell at night, and I had to go to court the next morning. And the next morning, the bus didn't come. The normal time that the bus comes to take me to court. So I went back to sleep, and I had a dream. And the Most High began to speak to me in my dream about what will be the outcome of my case. The thing that allowed the Creator to speak to me was the intensity behind the situation. I had 60 years or so, maybe more, that I was facing to be locked away for 60 years Those are serious matters. So I got to put you there so that you understand how my essence was devouring and yearning for an answer, for some help, for some pleadings, not just my mouth saying, oh, Creator, help me with that. But my soul inside of me was yearning to hear from the Creator. When I laid down in my cell on the floor and I prayed with tears falling out my face. Oh, you're in a totally different spiritual realm when you really are seeking from the Creator in a realm that you're in on a normal basis. When you really need something, your essence opens up. How many of you have ever been hit and you're on the ground laying there thinking you're about to die and you call out to the Creator? It don't have to be that. You ain't got to been hit. It could have been something else real serious in your life and you were fearful of your life. That emotional state, your mind, your body, and your soul is all in alignment. Asking the Most High, reaching out to the Most High. But on a normal basis, you don't pray like that. You don't talk to the Most High like that. You don't have that spiritual connection where your whole essence opens up to the Most High until something real seriously takes place in your life. And what I'm saying to you is, there are some of us who walk around with that same energy all day, every day toward the Creator. Therefore, when we ask, we'll get an answer. It might take a day. It might take a half hour. It might be immediately. But we'll get an answer because we make the sacrifice of denying ourselves of this worldly pleasure to receive an answer from the Creator. If you're not going to give to the Most High, then why would you ask for the Most High to do anything to you? There's so many of us right now, our children just get hurt, put out on the street. Our children is sitting up in a hospital somewhere, something bad taking place with our child. Then we want to turn to the Most High and cry out to the Most High. Well, how about before that situation took place? Did you cry out on a daily basis to the King then? Did you pray? Did you fast? Did you meditate? Was you good to those who you didn't know, who were strangers, who you saw that was in need? Was you willing to help those people? Were you an honest, upright, just person? Did you not give in to your desires to rule you in the life that you're living? Because a lot of us give in to our desires and keep it undercover as if nobody don't know. We don't have to know. The Father knows. See, because if you make those sacrifices on the daily, the Creator will more than likely give you spiritual discernment on a whole lot of things. And you ain't got to be perfect. I'm not saying you got to be perfect. You got to be perfectly walking to the best of your ability before this King. And you will make mistakes. You will fall short. But when you fall short, you give it up to Him and ask Him for forgiveness, and you never do it again. See, there's a difference between you and I, because I'm one of the few that I know of. I'm not saying the only one, but I'm one of the few that I know of that walk in that essence 99% of the time throughout my day. And I refuse to let it go. It's so much to the point where people that's in my immediate family will have parties and celebrations and events, and they don't want to invite me because I'm going to have something to say. Why you come to this place half dressed? Why you over here drinking this alcohol, liquor? Why you smoking this weed? Why y'all eating that chicken? I'm going to ask you. I'm going to drop it and then step off. I'm not going to argue with you about it, but I'm going to ask you these questions. People don't like to be around people to call them on their BS. They would rather be around people that's going to enjoy and participate while they do what they do. They don't want nobody in, man, you just messed up my high. They don't want nobody like that dealing with them, talking to them, communicating with them. That's not what they want. They want somebody that's going to be right there with them, having fun, enjoying life, smoking, drinking, sexing all the girls, doing the things that they do. That's the type of people they want in their company. And I'm just not one of those people. I don't smoke, I don't drink, I don't party, and I don't sex women that don't belong to me. That's a big one. I don't sex women that don't belong to me. And I don't eat chicken. So I'm not going to be much company for you. When I sit in my company and I'm talking to people, we're talking about how to come up, how to build, how to grow, and how to make life better for us and others. That's what we're talking about. Other than that, what's the purpose of us talking? What are we talking about? You want to know where the girls at? Where the girls at? Where the weed at? And that's the type of life you live. But then when you have a question and you feel the Most High trying to pull you into a different lifestyle and he's trying to show you things, you want to, oh, now you want to get spiritual. I don't see how the Creator could kill all those poor little innocent children. If he the Creator and he's all merciful, why would he take the lives of those innocent children? Now you want to ask questions. But there's a proper procedure that you have to go through to truly receive your answers. He ain't worried about you. Why should he worry about you when you're not worried about him? He don't owe you anything. He gave you breath. He gave you life. He provided for you food, clothing, and shelter, and you didn't even serve him. But now you want to answer on mystery things that only he holds in his hands. What gives you the right to even formulate a question like that in your mind? Young man who can't stop smoking the weed, drinking alcohol, and sex with women, and eating chicken. What gives you the right when the poor person next to you, your neighbor that you knew was poor, came to you and said, yo, I need your help? You told him, oh, go over there to Prince. Prince will help you. But you had it in your hand to help him. Why put him off to somebody else when you can help him yourself? And the reason why is because the righteousness is just not there with you. You sent him to somebody you deemed worthy of helping him. That's not the way it's supposed to be. Here's each and every one of us is supposed to be those people. Every one of us is supposed to be spiritually inclined to worship and serve the Creator. But very few of us are. Most of us are playing church. Most of us are only righteous on the Shabbat day. And then the rest of it, and I'm talking about females and men alike. Yeah, I'm going to call you because it's true. Females and men alike. And you think you're holding secrets like nobody knows. Well, I ain't told nobody, so don't nobody know what I do. You're right. The Most High knows. And he sees all. And sometimes the difficulties in your life is a direct reflection of how you're living. Matter of fact, most of the time, if not all the time, the difficulties in your life are a direct reflection of how you are living. And that's what so many of us don't realize. So many of us, we think we're getting away with something. We think we achieving something. We think we hiding something and ain't nobody going to see. Most High sees everything. He knows. So a lot of times the Most High allows people to suffer and to die a gruesome life in this life because of their past lives. We all have been here before. And there's a lot of people who have lived a life in the past, and it was a fabulous life. They didn't serve the Creator. They did all types of wicked things. What I mean by a fabulous life, they had all the money they needed. They was married, had all the children they needed, lived in a nice house. But they were wicked because they were child molesters. They was adulterers, rapists. Well, they died. And it was their time to return back in the earth again, whenever that time was. The Father saw fit to cut them off and make them pay for the punishment. Well, Prince, that just don't make sense. Why would he do something like that? Because he's the Creator. His mind is not like your mind. His ways is not like your ways. His thoughts are not like your thoughts. And you have a problem understanding that. But you shouldn't. You know, could you do me a favor? Could you take your shirt and wipe the top of my screen too? Because I think the top of my screen because it looks a little, do I look a little glary? Right over where the camera is, right there. All right, let me see what it looks like. Yeah, it looks a little better. No, it is a little better. It's a little better. All right, may the Most High be praised. So I'm still thanking the Creator, y'all. I'm still thanking the Most High. And I'm thanking the Most High for opportunity, you know, opportunity to get it right, to walk better before Him. And every day is a way or opportunity to be better before the Most High. None of us are perfect. All of us are full of sin and corruption and wickedness. And it is our job to alleviate that out of ourselves. And then one day we'll arrive to a certain place where the Most High will be pleased with us. So until that time comes, let's just keep living this life that the Most High has blessed us with. Let's keep receiving His blessings and do what He says for us to do. Seek His face. Seek His face. And don't ever think that you got it all. Don't ever think you already arrived. Don't ever think that you already know. Chances are you don't. You don't have it, you don't know, and you haven't arrived. Because I remember 10 years ago, I thought I had it. And then I met this girl who completely turned me away from the Most High. And I fell victim, not completely, but a lot. She destroyed my relationship with the Creator. Now, let me make it right. She didn't do it. I allowed the relationship between her and I to destroy my relationship with the Creator. Most High wasn't pleased with me. He took my mind. He said, soup. Hey, He took it. He began to punish my life. Things that was easy for me became difficult. Things that I would normally have, He took away. Believe me, I've been there, and I know I've been there so that I can one day stand and help others to understand what it's about. People was dying around me, people that I cared for and loved. My dogs was dying. It was so much going on in my life back then. My soul was out of alignment because I gave into the flesh, personal desires, and what I wanted to do physically, and I put that over my service to the Creator. And it was a horrible life. So I know what it is and how the Most High gives you over to your desires if you put those things before Him. Nothing should take precedence over your relationship with the King. Nothing. Not a man, not a woman, not even your own life. Nothing should take precedence over your relationship with this King. Your children. Your children's out of order and you don't correct them, the Most High will deal with you. So we're gonna go back to the family and we're gonna do the acknowledgments of the thank you. But I do thank you all for sitting here listening. I pray that you gathered something out of all that I've said today. I pray that something that I said resonated within you. I don't profess to be anything that I myself have not put in the physical, mental, and spiritual work to achieve. I don't. And if you look at my life, and you think my life is blessed, well, that brother got it going on. All you seeing is the after effects of the things that I've done by myself in the dark, in the closet. When I pray, I fast, I pray, I meditate. When I pray and I sacrifice. When I pray and I deny myself of physical pleasures. All those things are results of what you see going on in my life, or what you might think you see going on in my life. So I thank the Creator for it, because it don't come easy. I ain't nowhere near where I should be, because I spent 15 years, 15, 16, 17, maybe 18 years of my life suffering with a lost, sick mind and not understanding the value of having a relationship with the Creator, having the opportunity to have a relationship. I didn't understand it. I understand it now. And I've been understanding it for a long time now. So what you see right now is nothing in comparison to where we're supposed to be as a people in our relationship with the Creator. Nothing. This was supposed to happen many years ago. And we're supposed to be so much further advanced than where we are right now. And I pray that the Most High has mercy and take us where we need to be. We can start right now, or we've already started, you know. But you can come in and be a part of it. It's your decision. And for those of you who have not started yet, you can start. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
So we're going to start. The Queen of Kenya says, giving thanks to the Creator, to the Most High for a beautiful sunny day, for families, friends, health, and for supplying all my needs, for life and general. Shalom Shabbat, family. It's good to be here. All praises to the Most High.
Shalom Shabbat. Shalom Shabbat.
My brother Warren, blessings. Jesus Rock says, all honor, all praises to the Creator of heaven and earth, my Elohim, for allowing me us to see another Shabbat day and another chance to get this perfected. Baruch ha-Elohim.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
Yehuda ben Israel, says Shabbat Shalom for the words of our name of God, who in his fullness and totality is the essence of truth and living. Praise Yah, hallelujah. Shalom, bless and praise the mighty God of Israel, the everlasting name.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
Hallelujah. All couple to the Holy One of Israel. Thank you, Most High, for never selecting us to understand that this is His holy day, that are defined that we are of Him in our righteousness.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Shabbat Shalom, sis. Shabbat Shalom. Toda Rabbah.
As difficult as this may be sometimes, I thank the Most High that you find Hebrews 12, verse 9.
And that's true. Hebrews. And that's true. And that's true. You have to thank the Most High for chastisement and his correction, because it makes you better. If you're a person really seeking to learn more about the Creator, it will make you better. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the power of our fathers, who gives us everything. Oh yeah. Blessed be the praise and the worship, the things that enlighten our minds. Blessed be the power of our fathers, for he is the Most High. Yeah. All right. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. Aim Kater, Shabbat Shalom, Aim. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. There's so many people that didn't speak up today. Okay. Nila Sakari, may the Most High be with you. Shabbat Shalom. But there's so many people, Brother Asa, Sister Aisha, Sister Ordeed, Sister Shay. There's a whole lot of people. Sister Shemaiah, Nima Yahudith. There's a whole lot of people ain't popping up, Brother Benjamin. Where you at, Brother Benjamin? You know how we do this. There's a whole lot of people ain't popping up. But we got 1,800 people in the room, so it ain't too much to argue about. Blessed be the day of the Shabbat. All right. It says, sang. I'm getting a little better, ain't I? I know. Yeah, go ahead, do your thing, babe. Do your thing. All right, hold up. Hold up. Brother Kazoo. What's up, Brother Kazoo?
Pretty spicy.
Shalom, bro.
Let's go.
What's up? You ready to do some
Shabbat,
singing
Shabbat,
for us?
Shalom. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shabbat. You know y'all started me, right? You jump started. I was over here in the background just singing right along with it. I was like, wow. If only I was on the screen.
I'm gonna jump start this every week. So we got a real singer in the house now, y'all. We got a real singer in the house. Go ahead. I'm turning my mic up so I can hear you, bro.
Blessed be the day of Shabbat.
Who got the drums?
Blessed be the joy that it brings. Blessed be the God of our Father, who gives us everything. Blessed be the joy and the worship, the things that enlighten our lives. Blessed be the God of our Father, for he is the Most High, and Adonai is his name.
Go ahead, bro.
I love the Shabbat day.
There you go. May the Most High be praised.
Baruch Hashem, Shel Adonai. Baruch Hashem, Shel Adonai. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of Adonai. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah, my power. Blessed be the name. Blessed be the name of Yahuwah, who gives us bread. He gives us bread and a water too. He gives us bread and a water too. He gives us bread and our water too. He gives us bread. He gives us bread and our water too. Baruch Hashem, Shel Adonai. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Baruch Hashem, Shel Adonai. Baruch Hashem, Shel Yahuwah. Blessed be the name of the Most High. Blessed be his holy day. Torah, forgive me the opportunity to praise his name. Glory be to the Most High.
Anything special while you on the mic, bro?
I want to give thanks for another beautiful Shabbat day, for preserving me throughout the week. It was funny. I'm doing what I do. I'm entertaining. I'm moving throughout the city. And someone called me by my childhood name. I was like, wait. I just tell this to people all the time. I say, you are a star. So you never know who's watching your show. And being that the Most High say we are to be the light, or be the light, I encourage people to always shine their yalliness, shine. And it was ironic that I'm doing what I do and I'm shining, and then I see somebody from my youth, like my childhood, and they call me by my childhood name, and I was taken aback, at first, and I just had to look at the person like, I know you. But yes, I did know the brother, and it was good to see him, but not so good to see him just like doing regular stuff. You know, brother had no fringes on, just blended in, to like the nation that we live in. And I don't know, it's funny because I think back to like times of like Daniel, where he was like an official, in Babylon, yet he still stayed down doing this way. It wasn't just a fly by night to it sort of thing. He got introduced to it and just left it alone. He took a hold on to the Torah, and even through the trials and tribulations, stayed down. So I'm thankful to the Most High for allowing me to stay down, regardless of, situations. Like I lost my parents at a young age. I could be doing anything and just chose to do anything that I wanted to do. But this is what I want to do. This is all I know. This is all I could ever do. So I'm so thankful to the Most High for allowing me to even input these ideals into my son now. And I'm just prayerfully that the future will grasp onto the Torah like we need, because you can look around and see that the times are definitely prophetic, I guess you could say. I'm definitely thankful for the Shabbat day and a moment to just focus on the good things that the Most High brings us day in and day out. Torah for all things and everything. Hallelujah, hallelujah.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. That's Brother Kezu, family. Brother Kezu from where you from, bro?
I'm from Israel by way of Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. From Yisrael.
Gotta know our roots. I was born in Brooklyn, though.
You was born in Brooklyn? Okay.
Hospital. Almost was born in Guyana.
Really? Okay. So you've been in this way all your life, right?
Came since birth, since the covenant, 8 days old. That's all I know, all I would ever know.
May the Most High be praised.
Baruch Hashem Shel.
Cain. All right. Where we at, Emma? What's next? You ready, right? You got your lesson ready? Oh, you ain't got your lesson because you don't do any teaching because you're a female. Females don't teach here. They just share and exchange information. All right. You ready, Emma? You can take the mic.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. Thank you. Enki says, wow. Yes, and some people, not my ish, but some people who come on here have a problem when they see me on the screen. They feel like I'm teaching, and some men don't like to learn from women. But yeah, all praises to the Creator for this opportunity to bring news to our people across the seas, the oceans, next door, wherever you are. This week, I focusing on this. There's a boycott that has been established, so I want to focus on that, and also just bring some news to our community. Of many may know him, many may not, but his name was A-Trap Brown, and he was a part of SNCC. And he was a part of SNCC with Stokely Carmichael, other great historical Black Power movement leaders who stood for so much to help elevate the minds of our people on a daily basis. And so A-Trap Brown, now currently known as Imam Jamil Abdullah Al-Amin, passed away last Sunday, November 23rd, in prison. He had been in prison for almost 25 years for false allegations of killing 2 police officers in Atlanta, Georgia. It was proven by witnesses and others that he didn't do it. Even the person who did it came forward at some point and said he did it. But because of this government and them constantly wanting to continue to railroad and to keep our communities unprotected, and they framed him, and they would not. Your Instagram just disconnected. They would not free him. He had been diagnosed with cancer probably a year ago, and his son, the community, had been fighting for the last year to have him released to go home on compassionate release, which they can do, but they did not do it. My father, from the moment that Imam Jamil was arrested back in 2002, my father was one of the staunch supporters of the Free Imam Jamil campaign, forming organizations and also being the Amir. And Amir is like a leader, chairperson of the committee. And so until, even my father's dying breath, his words was to free Imam Jamil, free them all. And so we can now, say that Imam Jamil is free because he's no longer here on this earth. But I bring this news because so many people do not believe that we're being imprisoned unjustly. They believe that that's something from the 60s, 70s, and some parts of the 80s. Some people don't believe that it's still currently happening. But it is currently happening. There's still men and women in prison for being staunch liberators, speaking up for our people. They're in prison or they're in exile or they've been murdered, in the streets under COINTELPRO. There's so many things that, we turn our head to a lot of times because, and I'm speaking to us as the Israelite community, because people don't profane themselves to be Israel. But when they go out there and fight for our people, they're not fighting for a religion that they may follow. They're fighting for all our people of color, all who have been dismantled and disenfranchised, impoverished, all of that. So, who are we, to not support that fight, to not support them in some way? But I wanted to bring that out because this country, we've seen where presidents in the past have released prisoners, rapists, murderers, all type of people who should. Yeah, Trump. Yeah, I just saw that yesterday. That they release all type of people when they want, and they release people who most times should never be, should never come from these places, but they do it. But they refuse to release people who stand up and of color, and especially people who profane to be doing the Creator's work, which is opening up the eyes of our people, giving us the support and the strength to stand up for who we are and what we believe in. And I wanted to speak about him because as a youth, I grew up Muslim, and as a youth living in Atlanta, Georgia, before he came to a certain part of Atlanta, the West End, it was very it was not as peaceful. But once Imam came, the community was so peaceful. Violence was not at all high. Drug dealing had stopped. Women and children, I remember I could walk down the street from work and nobody would say anything to me because he had the whole community on lock. He had it protected. You wouldn't even see the brothers making sure that the young women and the mothers and, get home safely, that the young children were not bothered or snatched from the community. And those are not the things that they want to talk about, when they talk about our heroes of our time. They always want to bring out something negative that America deems to be negative. And so, it's our responsibility to speak of the greatness of what people have done. We as a people, whether we Hebrew, Muslim, Christian, whatever, we tend to always want to shout out the negative of people. We want to follow that bandwagon and post negative stories and clap or go sit down and eat some popcorn while we watch their lives be destroyed on Facebook or Instagram or wherever on TV. But we don't, when we see the greatness they do, we don't do the same. And that's something that, my mother always talked to me about, of making sure that you always talk about the positive in a person's life and spread it, because that's what needs to be spread, the greatness of who we are. And I feel like the more we do that, the better we feel about ourselves, our people, our community, and even our creator. We're so used to negative news and negative gossip that that's what we look forward to. We don't look forward to the greatness. We don't look forward to hearing great news of babies being born or marriages or courtships. We look forward to hearing, oh yeah, did you hear about them and this? And it's really a bad state of mind we're in, physically, spiritually, mentally, emotionally. All of it affects all those things. So, I wanted to bring that out more. And hopefully, we'll be able to do that more, bring out more of the positive of the things that each and every one of us are doing in our communities, respectfully, that overall will help our people as a whole, right? And so I just want to thank the Creator for allowing Imam Jamil to be who he was at the time that he needed to be, for being a protector to so many, for being a father figure to so many young men that were led astray, and he brought them back into something that they could have a grasp on. And they're valuable young men to this day. And even though Imam passed away in the prison cells, and he should have passed away in the arms of his loved ones, we're thankful that he's no longer in suffering, and that even thankful that they allowed him to go home in time, in the 3-day time. They allowed his body to be released to his family so that they could bury him in 3-day time, because that's very important to us spiritually to have that. And so, so I just want to bring that up. And then I want to talk about the, what do you call it? This boycott, right? So there are like a bunch of grassroots movement groups who are against, of course, Trump and the government, and also just for our people. Some are Black or grassroots organizations, some are not. But what they're calling for is, or has been, a boycott from shopping, Thanksgiving, or Thanksgiving, as I like to say it, all the way until December the 5th. I believe it's December 5th or December 2nd, like that. Something to go. So we're not doing Black Friday shopping. We're not doing Cyber Monday shopping. We're not doing shopping during this time to if it be a will of the Most High, to have an impact on the economics of the world. We do know that this is not easy. Boycotts have been going on forever, and changes have come from them. But a lot of times when we're not aware of the ultimate reason or what can take place from doing it, we don't unify in the process. And we separate ourselves from it, saying, oh, it doesn't affect you. But when we're living here in America, everything that happens here affects us. Whether we call ourselves American or not, it affects us because we live here. And so from what it's saying is that the key facts, the We Ain't Buying It boycott is organized by a broad coalition of anti-Trump groups, including the No Kings Alliance, Black Voters Matter, and Indivisible, and some 160 other like-minded civic groups. It says We Ain't Buying It takes aim at Target for going along with the Trump administration and rolling back his DEI policies, Home Depot for allegedly enabling ICE operations against laborers in its stores, and Amazon for funding the administration to secure corporate tax cuts. Some of these things I did not know until I read this today, especially about Home Depot and enabling ICE operations against laborers. More broadly, it urges consumers to support Black, immigrant, and other people of color businesses, as well as to shop at small local businesses and with other retailers that have stood firm for democracy and inclusion. And that's a big word with inclusion. I don't like that word because when people say inclusion, it can mean all types of things. And so I'm really particular about using that term because there's things that we will not include in, when we talk about how we're going to stand for inclusion. We got to be very mindful of what that means. The mass blackout is more sweeping, urging consumers to halt all spending except at small businesses, cancel subscription services, avoid a driven platforms such as streaming services like this, restrict non-essential travel, and refuse to work for 7 days from November 25th through December 2nd. And it says the mass blackout is organized by the Blackout the System, the People's Sick Day, the Progressive Network, American Opposition, and the Money Out of Politics movement. And it basically, again, just reiterating that they say small businesses are exempt from mass blackout actions, though it urges participants to pay in cash and donate to Feeding America to help sustain communities hit hardest by economic injustice and political repression. So I wanted to bring that up. I'm sure, I don't know how many people have heard about it. I don't know how, if people are in the audience today or listening later are going along with this program. But, we have to look at some of the benefits, some of the reasons why it's being done and see how, even if we just take the stance and say, I'm going to support small Black businesses in my community, because those businesses don't see a lot, especially when it's so much more convenient for some people to just go out to these big stores and get what they need right away. But supporting these small Black businesses, like Black bookstores, Black clothing companies, Black shoe companies, companies, even Black grocery stores, they're in the midst of us, but because it's so much easier to just go to Kroger or Publix or Food Lion, wherever you are, the big chains. It's easier to go there because it's convenient, it's closer to you. Take the extra time, the energy, and go support a Black business, something that can be sustained in our community, because we know about what the Black dollar does, how fast it leaves our hands once it comes in, and how fast it leaves our community and goes straight into the world of capitalism. So, those are just some things to think about as who we are as people here, supporting one another. There are plenty of us who have businesses on this podcast today, on the StreamYard, right? But we don't know about it because it's like something about us. We don't like to promote our own businesses or each other's business. And it is a Shabbat, so we're not saying do that today. But let's figure out a way to get in contact with one another. Hey, you do fringes, or you make clothes, or you repair leather shoes, whatever it could be. Let's support each other in those endeavors, because the jobs are being lost. The companies and skill sets are not being honored. Like, that's something that we've had all along, from generations to generations, skills. So if you have skills, share those skills, because they can be utilized, and they must be utilized amongst each other. We can help each other when we know what we have together. So I think that's all I have today. I didn't really have too much more. So,
All right. Much to share today. That was a whole lot. That was a lot of information. A lot of valuable information too. So let me ask you this question. With Brother Imal Jamil, how do you see the works that he did back in those days affecting us in this life we're living in now, in this day and time?
Well, what I see, like, I can go back into the community that I grew up in. Like, once he was, and it's sad because, you want other people to take up the arms of what he did. But once he was taken into custody, the community did try to continue to thrive with what he was doing, with putting in place the nonviolence, the no drug selling in the midst of this particular, these 10 blocks of the Islamic community. And encouraging them to not do it at all. But in these blocks, you don't come in, right? It was there for a little bit. But what I see now is there's no order in that community. Like all type of people are doing whatever. And some of them are young brothers that just, once he was gone, they said, well, the man's not here, so I'm going to do whatever I was doing and bring it into the midst of us. I grew up with a lot of them, so I would see it, and then I know, like, but the other part I did see, they still respected the women and the elders, but they still brought, it was like they did some things that he placed in order to be followed, but then they did other things too, with the fast money. They wanted to make that fast money. And then, of course, that brought more violence back into the community. I could say how many janazas I went to of the young brothers that I grew up with right before I went to this branch and after, because they just didn't want to leave the streets alone. I feel like what he did in the 60s was very profound, just standing up. And I think a lot of it is still present. A lot of the movements did back then is still present, of their staunch resistance, and they weren't fearful of this government. So I think that's still there. It's just not organized. A lot of what we can do is not organized. We're too much trying to outshine each other on stuff that doesn't matter. Like who has the flyest red bottoms or the biggest Gucci bag or whatever those other bags names. I don't even know because I don't partake in that, right? But that's what we're focused on. Then we cry. Then we want to cry, when they want to shut off food stamps, but we don't fight for, the right to, so that they don't do it, so they respect us enough to not do certain things. They're like, hey, y'all gonna figure it out anyway, because y'all could go buy those big purses and buy them big old cars with the big rims, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to us eating for ourselves, feeding our communities, we don't put the same energy into it that I feel like our Black Power movements back in the day, organizers did, Black leaders did that. They made the community want to love each other, to come together, and they made the community to want to even serve them, to say, hey, I want to be a part of what you're doing, because you're protecting us, you're making sure our children go to school every day, you're making sure that we're not doing like police, you're making sure that men aren't just women, all these different things were going on. And now, I would say, because of COINTELPRO, because of the FBI, the CIA, all the things that they did to fear in our people, has caused us to just go back into what they want us to be, which is chaotic, unorganized, on drugs, selling our bodies for sex. We're just out here being promiscuous, being controlling, and then turning us into people that we're not.
Okay. So how do you think we can, what weapons can we utilize to counteract what we see they're doing to us to keep us apart?
What weapons?
Yeah, what can we do to change in our behavior to draw us closer or more organized and more structured?
Right. And I know by weapons you're not meaning weapons. But a weapon is the Tanakh is a weapon. People don't understand that, right? Reading books that teach you who you are is a weapon.
And that's the things that they definitely keep out of your hands, but they put the guns and the knives in our hands. Because they know that'll kill us instantly. While the books and education and videos and programs that are inspiring to us are weapons for us to empower ourselves, which is a weapon against them. So I think some of the things that some of us are doing, building communities, having these conversations openly, and then just carrying on the legacies from those movements, and we don't have to do it the same. I think that's the biggest lesson that I was taught by most of my parents and my aunts and uncles was that y'all don't have to repeat what we did, but take what we did, enhance it, make it better, and I would say, like, I know for my family, my siblings and my cousins, that's what we do. We do our best to educate, even as I was preparing to read it, I truly was like, I feel like my mom would go into the public school system and any chance she got and would speak, about who we are and to invoke that energy into us and say, hey, you don't have to stand up for that pledge. And she would have to come because, of course, we would be doing something that they felt like was going against them. And one thing is we never stood up for the pledge. And if we did stand up for the pledge, we would turn our back and put our fists in the air. That was a problem for them. But my mother would come in and teach them why her children do it and why we're not going to do what they asked us to do. And then break down the pledge so that they understand what these words mean, why it isn't for us. And then so eventually they just expected us to, they knew we weren't going to do it, and they stopped saying something to us. And then what also we noticed, because as children, at first you're like, should I do it? But I know if I do it, I have to do it because my parents told me to. But eventually I started knowing other students do it and asking us why we don't do it, and then starting to do it. And say, well, hey, I think the same thing, so I'm gonna do it too. And we weren't trying to form something to be rebellious. It was just educating it, like you said, using the knowledge as a weapon to stand up, teach, and say, hey, this is not what we're gonna do. And this is why. That's the other part of, I believe, if you're gonna stand up for something, know why you're doing it. Don't just do it because you see 100 people doing it, or 10 or 5 or 1, but know why you're doing it. Ask the person, hey, why are you doing it? Why are you supporting this cause? So that you can have a full understanding, because there could be ramifications that you're not ready for. And then when that happens, you might go out and snitch or become ill. You didn't ask the questions of why. You didn't connect yourself to the cause. And so I think that's very important. Like you said, the weapons we can use, truthfully, of who we are, is getting into our book, connecting ourselves with the Creator, listening to what He tells us to do, standing firm on what we believe, and then asking the Creator to guide us in whatever way we choose to move in this world. Because He knows what we're up against. He knew that when our forefathers did what they did, and that curse was there, and we were spread on the four corners. He knew what was going to happen. He don't tell us everything that we can and cannot do, but He knows that we're people that's going to stand up. We're going to fight for who we are. And so truly, it's about reconnecting with the Creator. Whoever people call it Creator, but reconnect with Him. And ask Him to guide you. And then read books. There's so many books that are empowering to your mind. My mother always said reading is fundamental. If we would ask my mother, hey, what does that word mean? And she said, get a book, get the dictionary, look it up, write it in a sentence so you'll never forget it. And I do that to this day with my children and other children I know. I'm like, oh, just look it up. Y'all have it acting easier than I did. Y'all can just put it in your phone. But it also empowers your mind to never ask. You may ask again, but you'll remember what that word means. You'll know how to use that word, and then it'll become a practice. Because even sometimes when you're like, oh, find a law. If I don't understand what it says, I will start looking it up and looking at synonyms and all those things that equate to that. So now I can have a better understanding of what I'm speaking on. That's how we empower ourselves. Those are the tools that we have to use to, become stronger.
Recently I watched a documentary, and this documentary was on the public school system. This documentary spoke about how the public school system teaches your children and prepare your children to work in this society and blend in with this society as a slave. Not about how the public school system teaches your child how to be an independent thinker and operator. Think about it for a second. We take these tests. The test that we take only shows how much we retained in memory from what they taught us. But the things they teach us are not necessarily the things that we need out here in real life. Like, I don't know any schools that teaches you about finances, about mortgages, about saving money, how to open bank accounts, how to write checks. These types of things, they don't teach you anything dealing with money. And a lot of the reason why they don't teach us in public schools situations and things dealing with money, is they don't want you to know how money works. They don't want you to know anything about money except when you get it, you go spend it and continue to build up their system. Yeah, their economy, their system, and what they do. But at Bureau and the Temple KFRB, we take a different approach. For we feel like our children needs to learn these things at a very young age. They need to learn these things. I mean, I had grown people didn't know how to write checks, didn't even know how to go to the bank to apply for a loan. These things never existed in their realm. They don't understand the concepts of money. Most grown people that I deal with, if you stop them on any given day, they ain't got $500 in their bank account to their name that they may have reserved. If it ain't in the bank, it's somewhere in the house stashed, $500 that they may have reserved for their future. And the reason being is because we're not taught about money. We're not taught about finances. We're taught, go to school, get an education, and then go to work. Go to work, get a job, and just pay your bills and you'll be all right. We're not taught about the necessity of building wealth for your family in the future to come. We're not taught about that. And if someone is to get lucky or fortunate enough, not lucky, but blessed enough by the Creator to have that type of mindset, that person should share it with others. But oftentimes what I've learned is that when you try to tell people or share information with people, they feel like you're bossing them around. You're telling them what to do, and they don't want to. People want to do what they want to do, but what they want to do is be broke and poor, destitute and needy all their lives. I've had people argue with me about a job. I don't want to quit my job. I don't want to leave my job. I want to stay working. I got a good job, making $15, $20 an hour. And that's a good job for them. And that's impossible. There's no way. It's about how they programmed us. That's right. We was thinking the same thing. Yep. It's about how they program us to see the realities of life as we see them. Because it's all about the lens that you use to look through to determine your reality of what you get out of it and what you see. It's all about your lens. If I look at something, I see one thing, but if you look at it, you see something completely different. My mind has been trained to see, like for example, simple example. I ride around Ohio. I ride around my buddy Jeff. He rides me around the car. We riding around Ohio. And we look at all these empty houses. Beat down, run down. And he's talking to me about how much poor these people are over here. This society is poor. And the average person, that's all they see is poverty. But I see opportunity. I see, well, we can go buy that house at a good price, hold on to it for a period of time, and it will go up in value. And then we can sell it and make some money off of it. And what they doing, gentrification, right now. Gentrification is those old neighborhoods that everybody used to look at and say, it ain't no good, there's no value there. I want to get up out of the hood, I want to move. Well, the Europeans are coming back into those locations. Imagine if we had bought those houses then, held on to them for 10, 15 years. What the value of those houses would be, right? I had a lady when I was down many years ago, but I've always been on that money tip, but I was stingy. I had this lady who had a house down there. She wanted to sell me for $18,000, this old lady. And I had $18,000 to give her. I'm trying to cheat her. I ain't cheating. I'm trying to get her down to $15,000. I'm trying to get her down to $15,000 because I felt it was a better price, $15,000. Lady said, no, young man, I don't want $15,000. I want $18,000. She stuck to her gun. She knew what she wanted. The house is worth about $500,000 now. Didn't buy it. But my mind wasn't what it is today. So anyway, just sharing, had we been teaching the knowledge of wealth and money building and entrepreneurship and self-dependency and community development way back then, or even if we start today, then we will graciously affect the minds and the future lives of a lot of our people. But we have to realize that.
You know, that made me just think about what you said. You know, one of my daughters, she works at a school, and she said one of her goals is, while she's there, to garner all the information in different contexts, so that when she comes back to work for us, she'll have all these connections and networks. And I never even, thought that that's what she was doing. We never even, talked to her about it. But the fact that she actually has it in her mind, that's, one of the reasons why she's there outside of, making money to be able to, support what she's doing in her life right now. I mean, it threw me back because I'm like, wow. And it just made me realize, like, so it has been working, the things that we've been teaching. And it makes me really stand stronger, especially with our school, to, remind the children that wherever you go, bring it back to the community. That's a prime example. Because a lot of times, I won't say a lot, but there are times we've seen it where our children go off and they'll stay gone. But the fact that my daughter said, no, I want to bring this back. And even I see, my other children doing different things. My daughter, she's going to law school to become a lawyer. And she said, well, I'm going to law school so that I could do certain things that our family has been fighting for. So I can be here for our family. I'm going to law school so that I can do this for us. She's not doing it just for her. And that makes me proud because we don't see that often. Like my husband's children, I see them calling him, but I got this idea of the property that you allow me to have, that I earned through, just work and doing things. I got this idea to better the business, the family business. And whenever I hear these conversations, I really it really warms my heart because it's like, okay, it's working. We don't see it working all the time, but it's working. And it feels good to hear them get excited about their idea. It feels good to see them talk about it, to do the research, and then to come back to us, their parents, and say, hey, you gave me this, but this is what I want to do to make it this, to bring it to this level. And then, of course, us being able to support them is like icing on the cake. So, I bring that out to say, like, our children are not lost. And like, somebody did say, it's crazy programming today. It is. They're doing anything and everything to deprogram our children from what we have programmed them to be, for generations. They're doing everything they can to persuade them to change their sex, their name, the color of their skin, anything to cause them to not be who they are, for us to lose the power that the Creator has given us, and to separate us as families, as communities. And so it is our job, it tells us in the Tanakh to raise up our children, teach them so that they bring it back, they don't go by the way, and it starts very young. It does start very young. And then when those who come in, we have to grab hold of them and say, hey, do this, come look. These children are really working on a program. They work on bettering themselves. These are the children who need to be around. Refocus them. But we don't have a lot of that in the midst of us. Like I said earlier, everybody wants to compete. Everybody just wants to complain or talk about what you're not doing. But they're not talking about all the great things that are coming from what you've done. Or even what our ancestors have done. So, that when you brought that out, I forgot to think about that. And it just reminds me that keep going.
Well, what I wanted to say was that a lot of us as adults have dropped the ball. A lot of us as adults, we don't even know how to do half the financial development things that we need. I mean, look at it, for example. We're afraid to go live in the country, in a community, because somebody else is going to be telling us what to do, or we're going to be held accountable by somebody. What I ask is, when we want to do what we want to do, what's going to stop us is that whatever leadership is in control, we got to adhere to their commands, and we don't want to do that. Therefore, we don't go live in that community. We'd rather stay in the cities where we could be independent and make our own decisions and come to our own conclusions and still do the same thing we was doing last year, the next year. And that's bad. Life is about change. Life is about progress. Life is about development. And I'm not here to lose. I'm here to win. I want to be number one, uno, cream of the crop. I'm not trying to take second place or third place or even last. I want to win. You know what I mean? And each and every one of us have to have that attitude, that understanding. If it's some knowledge out there I ain't got, I'm going to send one of my Nashim to go over there and get it. Or one of my children to go get it and bring it back to the family. And they running the show. They're telling us how to do it because they studied, they learned, and it's them now. So they're in the lead seat showing us how to do it. That don't make me lose any control or any respect in their eyes or their sight. No, that's discipline. Everybody got to go and find what they're good at. The best person for that job is the person to lead. And that's just who I am. That's how I am. When I get on the field and my brother's a contractor and he has skills in contracting that I don't have, I'm shutting my mouth and I'm going to watch his lead. When he say, Prince, I need you to pick that up, Prince is going to pick that up and bring it to him. I'll be asking questions. How do you do that? What do you do? But I'm going to be primarily watching. Same thing with my Nashim. If I send one of them out there to learn something, they come back like what? I sent my wives to school to learn how to go get grant writing and do grant writing. What I got to do after they learn, I'm going to let them loose and let them go do their thing. I'm not going to be standing over top of them talking about why. I don't think this is right. And I don't know nothing about grant writing. That's ludicrous. And that's not who I am. That's the other rapper that I know. I don't do that. That's right. You got to let them go. When somebody has an expertise and they put the time in, they spent their time to learn, and then they come to you and say, well, I've studied this and I've learned this. Let me do it. You let them do it. That's why we got a problem right now with so many people opening up these rooms on the internet, and they ain't put no time in to learn nothing, but they teach it, and they're leading the people astray. They ain't put that time in to wreck in the library for hours, 2-3 days a week, studying from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8, 9 o'clock at night, learning, praying before the Most High, fasting and meditating, and all those things to allow the Most High Spirit to come upon them before they step on the platform and start to teach. They didn't do those things. You know what they did? They watched a YouTube video, felt like they had something, took a couple notes, And now they open up a platform because they got a couple dollars, so now they're a teacher. So many people are like that. So many. Let's let the Most High be praised, though. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. All right. Are there any questions or comment? She got an interest in it. What'd she just say? No, I'm not used to rodents, giant roaches, or having to drive 30 minutes to a grocery store. Well, you're going to have to get used to it, sis. You're going to have to get used to it until you build all that within your community. So you're just going to have to get used to it or die in the hood.
Rodents and giant roaches only come if you live in the midst of a mess. I live in the country. I don't have no rodents in my house, no giant roaches. Of course, bugs are gonna come in, but if you live, my husband knows I'm so particular when trash is there. Like, okay, it's trash day, let's go dump this trash. Because that's what's gonna breed the rodents, the roaches, snakes, spiders, everything. But this is the whole understanding too, that I tell people, you have to know how to live in the country. If you don't know how to live, there's people who can live in the city, like, oh, well, I can just put my trash out there, and the rodents outside, but the rodents still come into those buildings, into those houses.
Well, most people in the city got roaches and mice and rats.
They're just nesting, but they come when they come. But in the country, it's so important. If you have clutter, snakes live in that clutter. And then the snakes are gonna come, I mean, not the snake, the mice live in that clutter. Then the snakes are gonna come because they're gonna eat the mice. Then the snakes are gonna get comfortable because they do like shelter and they like clutter too. So now you've caused the problem in the midst of where you are. And that's why I tell people all the time, you can live in the country, doesn't mean you have to live messy. It don't have to look like chaos around you. It needs to be neat. You need to be able to see where you're walking so you don't step on a snake, step in a spider web because you just got all this stuff piled up. You know, you got stuff that you probably bugs you never heard of because it's a messy environment. You have to be neat wherever you go. That's what keeps rodents and roaches or spiders, whatever, certain bugs away. But also understand that there are certain bugs that do come and thrive during the winter because they're looking for a warm place. And of course, it's warm in our house, so we have the heat on up there. But there's ways to combat that. You know, I don't want you to feel in fear of those things or detested by it. Because truly, we have dominion over all those things. And of course, if we show that we're afraid, like I would tell people, I have a fear of snakes. I do. But I also understand that if I don't want the snakes near me, then I need to control what's around me so that I'm not in fear. And then to be able to see a snake, which I've done a couple of times, and take them out so that they don't bite me or the people around me. We just have to, we have to learn our environments, learn what's going to keep us away from the things that detest us. And honestly, it helps us to be a cleaner people, not just in body, but in environment and mind, all of that. So.
Did she say she killed the poor little innocent snake?
That thing wasn't innocent, it was a rattlesnake.
She ran it over with her truck. Squashed them. That's a shame. Killed a poor little innocent snake.
A rattlesnake can kill you. A bite from a rattlesnake can kill you in 30 minutes. A bite from a baby rattlesnake can kill you even faster if you don't get to the emergency room. We do have.
So you mean Creator allowed you to kill a little baby innocent rattlesnake?
I didn't kill an innocent rattlesnake.
Little baby rattlesnake.
Snake comes in.
That snake was minding his business.
Where I live. Gotta go. You got all that space over there. Stay in your nest.
The snake was minding his business. He wasn't bothering nobody, and you killed the poor little innocent rattlesnake.
Sure did.
You sure did. You better take him out.
Because,
if you don't take him out, he's gonna take you out.
He
Yeah, gonna take you out. I watched this documentary, another documentary, right, on the Holocaust. And these Albanian guys were speaking about how the Germans, I believe it was, had them at gunpoint, making them dig the hole, and then told them to throw the Jewish people in the hole. And they did all that, and then they told them to bury the Jewish people in the hole. So the Jewish people was in the ground with the dirt on the top of it, and the Albanians were supposed to cover them up with the dirt, and the Albanians wouldn't do it. The Albanians said, no, we ain't gonna do that. We can't kill each other like that. And then the German man said, okay, watch this. Took the Jewish people out of the ground, put the Albanians in the hole, and told the Jewish people to cover them up with the dirt. Guess what the Jewish people did? They covered them. That's deep. But that's a reality, man. Sometimes you got to rub them out. Sometimes things just got to go. That snake, it was a poor little innocent snake. You didn't want to kill anything innocent and humble, but it will turn around and it will bite you and kill you because they don't have mercy. Like you want to be walking around with all this compassion and mercy for everything because it's poor and it's innocent in your eyes. Remember what I said? It's all about your perception and how you see. The lens that you use to look through determines your outcome of your vision. And so many people haven't understood that yet. They haven't seen it. So let's move on now. Did anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? Because if not, we're going to go right to the commandments. I was told yesterday that I'll be moving too fast. I'll be asking the question, and it'll be a little bit of a time delay. And then I went on to something else, and there people still trying to respond to the question that I asked. So therefore, I'm asking now, is there anybody who would like to thank the Most High for anything special? And while you're getting your quote together, you can hit the link. I just put the link in the room. I'll put it in the room again. You can hit the link. You can come on the platform and thank the Most High, or you can type it in the room. Let's move on to the commandments now. So we're going to go to the commandments now, family. Who would like to be first to say their commandment? You can post it in the room. You can hit that link, come on the platform. You can speak your piece. May the Most High be praised. Working together to finding solutions to the common problem within our living space provides opportunity for growth financially, communally, and spiritually as part of a nation building. May the Most High be praised. All right. Sister Laurel says Exodus chapter 14, verse 14. Shemot 14 and 14. Oh, you are trying to get out of it. Y'all see it trying to get out of it? She done talked too much now. Go ahead, you got it.
Chapter 14, verse 14, and it reads that the Lord shall fight for you, and you shall hold your peace. Her explanation is we can be still knowing His promise that the Most High will fight our battles and will make a way no matter how difficult the situation, having complete confidence, trust in a victorious outcome.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And I wanted to say Shabbat Shalom to Ima Havaret and Sister Aisha. Two of you popped in, and I didn't give the opportunity to acknowledge you respectfully, so I wanted to do so. All right. Sister Shemaiah, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. And Brother Benjamin, Cincinnati, Brother Benjamin, and my other brother Benjamin, 4634. I think that brother's from New York, Benjamin. Powell Talk Days, Benjamin. May the Most High be praised. Glory and honor be unto the Most High from everlasting to everlasting. So we're doing the commandments now, family. Does anyone else have a commandment for us? Okay. You want the mic?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, our Lord can be found also in the book of Shemot, Exodus chapter 23, verse 13.
And it says, in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other deities, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. And so, of course, you know, I looked up circumspect, and it just is the act of caution, prudence, and wrongdoing, considering all circumstances relative and faith. I thought that was important because he said, Peter said, that in all things I have said unto you, be circumspect, be cautious, you know, be purposeful in what you're doing. And that's so important. It's kind of what we talked about today too in some ways. And then he says in the mentions of the name of deity, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. And I hear that a lot in this walk where you say it and you know, people really get shook. So sometimes it is a, if you read it exactly what it says, you know, don't add or take away from his words. It says they make no mention of the name of deity, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. And so for me, you know, it teaches you, because the first part of that says that it is circumspect, cautious. And then he's telling you why to be cautious. Because words that you speak out of your mouth have power. And so when you're saying deity's names, you're giving that power. So that's a lesson of us to be cautious of what comes out of our mouths, right? How it comes out, what's the purpose of it? You know, I know there are times when names are said for teaching moments. And, you know, and of course, forgiveness is actually good because a lot of times we have to, people do use names or titles to teach of why we shouldn't do it and what can happen from that. So yeah, so that's what, you know, came for me today. I know that involved. That's it.
All right. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised, family. We got 12 likes, no shares, and 12 likes. Can I talk? I'm always interrupting. I mean, what y'all trying to say, family? Y'all don't want to share this message with nobody? Come on, y'all. Let's take a break. While you looking for your commandment, hit that like button, and hit that share button, and share it on your social media. Share it on those platforms so that knowledge can get out to somebody. May the Most High be praised. And my brother Benjamin has corrected me. He says, Brother Benjamin says, he's living in Florida, but he's from Redbird, Oklahoma. Never even heard of Redbird, Oklahoma. May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah, never even heard of it. Redbird, Oklahoma. All right, so who's next? Who got a commandment for us, family? If you ain't got no commandment, we can move on. Nisha, you ready with your commandment? Anybody else has a commandment? You got a commandment you want to do, sis? All right, Numbers 15. You want to read it? You gotta speak up though so they can hear you. All that whispering ain't gonna work. 15 and 35?
37.
Okay, Numbers 15 and 37.
And y'all said to Moshe, speak to the people.
Hold on a second. Can y'all hear her? Can y'all? I can barely hear her too. If y'all, you know, you need to come closer to the mic or stand up or something, and then they'll hear you. That's all. All that whispering. Go ahead.
Yahweh said to Moshe, speak to the people of Israel and tell them to make tassels on the corners of their garments throughout their generations, and put a cord of blue on the tassel of each corner, and it shall be a tassel for you to look at and remember all the commandments of Yah, to do them, not to follow after your own heart and your own eyes, which you are inclined to go after. So you shall learn to do all my commandments and be holy to me. I am Yah, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your power. I am Yah, your Elohim.
All right. May the Most High be praised. What are you sitting down for? You got to come and tell them what the commandment. You got to explain it. So people who don't understand, this is your opportunity to teach. So you got to explain the commandment, what it meant to you. Nobody can hear you whispering. You got to come closer.
What it means to me is to make my days known in the world. Like the seasons help me stand out and help me remember their mind. One just physically, but I remember some laws. It's always putting through.
Okay, very well. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Yeah. That's our first commandment, y'all. The first one she ever gave. Ain't that nice? All right. Mr. Otter, you got a commandment, Mr. Otter? Sister Aisha? Anybody have a commandment? Anybody else want to read it? Post a commandment or come on the platform to read your commandment? Brother Kezu, you got your commandment, bro? Brother Kezu just disappeared when it came time to get him commandments. He gone. He was here all that time. Now he gone. Anybody want to give a commandment to the people today? All right. So if ain't no more commandments, we might as well get started with the lesson. Okay, Leviticus chapter 11, verse 13. Are you going to come on the screen and read it, or do you want to? There you go. Start this trouble. I want to hear yours, Prince. You want to hear my commandment? All right, here's my commandment. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not lie. I'd rather not read because of my voice. I'd rather not read. I guess she wants you to read it. Okay. All right, brother, Mr. Otter, I got you in a minute, Mr. Otter. Hold on, Mr. Otter.
All right, the book of chapter 11, verse 13 through 19, and it reads, "And these are they which you shall have in abomination among the fowls. They shall not eat them. They are abomination, the eagle, and the ostrich, and the osprey, and the vulture, and the kite after his kind, every raven after his kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the cuckoo, and the hawk after his kind, and the little owl, and the cormorant, and the great owl, and the swan, and the falcon, and the gilt eagle, and the stork, the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat."
Okay. Are you going to, because got a different law. Are you going to give us the explanation of that? Ishi, you want to give us your explanation of that commandment in Leviticus 11 and 13? While she's typing, you can go ahead and move Sister Aisha.
Okay, and then people will find you just pick one chapter.
I think that's the verses. Yeah, I think that's the verses.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, let me know what's your verses. The Sister Causes law can be found in the book of 19,
Leviticus,
19, verse 11, and it reads, "You shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another." And her explanation is stealing, robbing someone, having a negative mind towards someone is unhealthy and unrighteous.
Pray the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah.
And then my sister Autumn, whose law was found in the book of Leviticus 11, verses 13 through 19. Her explanation is, after reading my commandment, I realized there are a lot of fowls, birds that we eat. But the main thing is that the Most High does not want us to eat birds that are scavengers, vultures, or eat created that we eat themselves.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
So the people who apply, there,
And that ain't sis, is it, Carol? Somebody else, right?
the people who apply law, in the country looking through the women. Deuteronomy chapter 16, verses 17 through 20. Please apply. So it says, every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Creator by power, which he hath given thee. Judges and the officers shall thou make thee in all thy gates, which the Most High thy power giveth thee throughout thy tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. Thou shalt not wretch judgment. Thou shalt not respect persons, neither take a gift, for a gift doth blind the eyes of the wise, and pervert the words of the righteous. 20. That which is altogether just shalt thou follow, that thou mayest live and inherit the land which the Most High thy power giveth thee.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Did they give an explanation? All right. And Keter.
And he says, Lord, can be found in the book of Leviticus, where you're from. Today, chapter 9, verse 18.
I think that's wrong. It's not 18.
So 19, Leviticus 19 and 18. Right, Leviticus 19 and 18. Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Creator. And Ankita's explanation is, we should not keep grudges or revenge against our own people. We should treat each other the way we want others to treat us.
Now, hold up. Leave Keter up there for a minute. Huh? Yeah, I'm going to leave it off now. So I only do it twice and then I leave it alone. I ain't gonna keep going back and forth. So I just want to mention that Ain Keter, she's the mother of our community, and she's the sister of Sister Laurel. Those are two wonderful, beautiful souls that the Most High has blessed us with, and we're so grateful to have them in the midst of us to continue to educate us and lead us and teach us and help and mold and shape us and to nurture us when we get sick. You know, I just wanted to take the time to make that clear for the family. I just wanted to make it clear and make it known. You know, and Aim Keter and Sister Laurel, they're actually the elders of our community as well. They're the oldest people that we have in direct association with our community. Now, when we have the holy days and we out in those tents on the land and we cold, Aim Keter, Sister Laurel is right there in the tent right over there, right out in the cold with us in the rain and everything, right with us. See, and helping out, gathering wood, cleaning up around the temple, doing all type of stuff. I just want to make that known because too often people do things with us and for us and to us, and we don't take the time to give them their props. So I wanted to do that before the world right now because them two sisters right there are wonderful. They're wonderful. And it's a blessing to have them, to even know them is a blessing. To be associated with them is a blessing. But to have them to come in and on their own just come and help and deal and build and grow is a beautiful thing. It truly is. It's a beautiful thing. And I think that both of them, I know Aim Keter has been around since our formation of Beulah Land at Temple Kifarim. And then a little while later, Sister Laurel came in. So they both been around for a long time. So we're just grateful, man. We're just grateful. And may the Most High bring a million and million and million of blessings of righteousness, peace, happiness, and joy and prosperity and Kesef into their lives to meet their wildest desires. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. There's some wonderful sisters, man. Wonderful sisters. Wonderful sisters. And great elders. And they come from a great family, great structure, everything. You know, that which we know of the family, you know, we know pretty much a lot of them. We met most of them, well, at least most on the immediate side. I heard they had a big family, so we met most the immediate ones, but not everybody. So may the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. It's just a joy to have them in our midst. So, Sister, the people could fly. Yeah, she put up her explanation.
So, the people that fly, I believe that's the Sister Angel. But Hannah was kind of read in the book of Deuteronomy, in chapter 16, verse 17 to 20, and her explanation is we see everyday great people fall. This is a clear example of where their wealth and blessing come from at the time.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right, Brother Kezu.
Brother Kezu's more, we find the book of Leviticus, chapter 7, verse 17 to 18. It reads, but the remainder of the flesh of the sacrifice on the third day shall be burnt with fire. And his explanation reads, any meat of the sacrifice left over to the third day must be burned up. If any of the fellowship offering is eaten on the third day, the one who offered it would not be accepted. It will not be reckoned to their credit, for it has become impure. The person who eats any of it will be held responsible. I apply this method to my zone that I prepare after the third day. I check it. If we are not to be I check it. If we are to be an additional priest and we don't have a current priesthood, I apply this law.
May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Toda Rabbah. You know, something just came into my mind, slightly off the subject, but I forgot what it was. If it comes back, I'll mention it. Something about a conversation I had with a brother yesterday or the day before. Very good conversation. I'm going to read that over again, and then maybe it'll come back to me. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Aim Katir. All right. Oh, now I remember. Now I remember with the brother. Me and the brother had a conversation the other day. Me and another brother. And I gotta honestly say that this brother impressed me a lot. His spirit, his dedication, his humility, his discipline that he displayed in his character was really, really powerful. And I had a lot of respect for that. You know, it's not often you meet great people in this lifetime, or even people with the makings of becoming great people. But he definitely had a lot of that in his spirit and his character. And I only pray that the Most High begins to build him up and work with him. He don't know that I'm praying in this manner, but you know, it's my desire. Whatever his desires are toward the Creator, I pray that the Most High gives it to him in righteousness and truth and bring him to his truth. But it was a good brother. It was a good conversation. And we talked about all right, I forgot what we talked about. All right, if it comes back, I'll just mention it. It had something to do with what my brother Kezu had put up. Any meat of the sacrifice left over till the third day must be burnt up. If any of the fellowship offers eating on the third day, the one who offers it shall not be accepted to the Most High. All right, it's not coming to my mind right now. Maybe it's not to be mentioned at this time. But if the Most High brings it back to me, I definitely will speak on it. To the Rabbah for the blissful bliss, all praise to the Most High, sovereign of our Father, Yod-Heh-Wah. Hallelujah, Most High. All right, to the Rabbah. What I did, I had a great conversation with the brother, and it was some things that I wanted to talk about in that exchange with the brother. I can't remember what it was. But if it comes back to me, I'll mention it. All right, so is there any other commandments? Anyone wants to produce another commandment? Or have we done all of our commandments? Oh, brother, Mr. Otter said for me to do a commandment. Mr. Otter wanted to see what commandment I would bring forth. So let's see. See, Mr. Otter, I don't read to the book and go grab something and hold it to class. I just, whatever the Creator give me during that time, I just speak on it, on that commandment. And when you first asked the question, yeah, I did get something, but so many things be running through my mind, I don't be remembering them all. So here's a commandment that I want to do. When you're out to war and you see a woman with does I always do this?
Yes.
So you don't want me to do it? She don't want me to do it. Want me to change it up, do another one? All right. She don't want me to do that one, y'all. She said I always do it, so she don't want me to do that one. All right, let me see if we can find another one for everybody. Let's find another one. I mean, I got a lot of them that jumps right in my mind, but I want to try to get one that's really, really good for y'all that y'all can take and learn from. Okay. If a man takes a wife and finds some uncleanness in her, let him give her a bill of divorcement and send her out of his house. Send her out of his, I always do that one too. Okay. Let him give her a bill of divorcement and send her out of his house. This is important. So you got to pay attention. Put your ears on. If he goes and becomes another man's wife, the first man who gave her the divorce or bill could never take her back again. Why do I think that this is so important to teach and bring out as a commandment? Because so many Israelite men who profess to worship, honor, and serve the Creator have divorced women. Women went to be with somebody else, and then a few years later, they end back up with those women again. The Creator is saying that that is an abomination. If you have a wife, you divorce that wife, you can never have that wife again. And I'm going to drop some jewels because y'all might not understand fully what that means, but listen to me now. Here we go. All right, we're going to get to Asimia in a moment. So, this is what Slick Israel does. Slick Israel says things like this. We wasn't married, Prince. When you are in life and you have a girl, before you even came into this way of life, you may have laid down with a female. And you say, yeah, that's my girl. And she say, yeah, that's my man. You have actually said, that's my wife. You actually said, because Isha means my woman. Ish means my man. So in reality, it don't mean you have to go before a judge and make an oath and swear. All you gotta do is confess it out of your mouth. So in reality, that was your woman. So any woman that you laid down with in life, that you are no longer with, that another man has had the benefit of her jewels, you can never take her back in your life again. And some of us get slick and say, you know what? I'm gonna get it, but I ain't gonna claim it. Well, you're in violation, bro. Stay away from it. Because what you will be doing is bringing a curse upon yourself. You'll be bringing a curse upon yourself. Believe me. And you might not see it right away, but eventually, like my brother said, it's going to come out. Yeah, you claimed each other. And that's what you did. Isha and Ish. You claimed each other. And now because you claim that's my woman, that's my man, that's what it means in Hebrew to have a wife. Isha, the word Isha means woman of me. She's my woman. And that's what it means. And then you break up with that girl that you was once claiming to be your woman. That's why a lot of women that say, I ain't never been married, but then I had 30 sex partners. Yeah, you were. I wanted to call you something, but my wife looked at me funny, so I changed my spirit on that because she was ready to get mad at me. I wanted to call you something. No woman should be having 30 sex partners. No woman should be having 10 sex partners. No woman should be having 5 sex partners. Every woman should have one sex partner in their life. And he should be the only one that you have unless he passes on and dies. Or gives you a bill of divorce and puts you out of his house. Another mistake that we make with that commandment. I got a whole lot of women looking funny now. Don't care what we talk about. He always picking on people. Yeah. You should save your virginity for your husband and only your husband. So if you're not married right now, sis, if you ain't got no man saying that's my wife, you should be celibate. Did I say it slow enough? Celibate means celibate. It means sell the bent. Don't even be bent. Sell the bent. Stand up. Don't sell the bent. You you be bent, so sell it. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you ain't got no husband, be sell the bent. Celibate. That's what you be. If she remarries, she can remarry. Then she be celibate. If she don't remarry, she cannot have. Oh yeah, if she. You want to teach her? You want me to teach you? Damn, women. All right. I thought the question was coming to Prince. Let Prince do his job. What's wrong with women today? I always want to jump up in there and say something real quick. All right, here you go. If the man put her away 5 years ago, and then that woman decided, well, I want to come back into your life and be your husband again. Be your wife again. He is to take her before the Most High and make her swear before the Most High she ain't been with no other man. And if she does that, if she swears before the Most High she ain't been with another man, then he can take her back as his wife again. If she lies, then the Most High will hold her accountable. But he did his part. You know what I mean? He did his part. Yeah, she gonna sell a bent. I am to sell the bent. There you go. That's right. Sell the bent. Sell it. Get rid of it. Absolutely. If a woman is not married, she should be celibate. If she's trying to worship this king, the creator of all creation, and she's not married, she should be double celibate. And that's just it. So that's my commandment. But I want to get to the second part of that commandment that a lot of people overlook. Well, some people. What?
I was about to say, when you talking about, I hear so many people, they try to defend, like, if that person, they break up, their defense as well, they didn't have a two. And then I always have to receive that the two is not to make them married, that's not the only thing. The fact that they came out their mouth and said it, they were married. Because they didn't have a written or an agreement, a contract. And I'm like, but if I tell you, if I go and introduce everybody, this is my husband, and then 2 years later, because we mad at each other, now I want to say I was never married. I said, but we condone that because they didn't have a contract. I said, like, what's the point of a contract? All of this is they claimed it, right? And so I just really get frustrated because that's always the first thing somebody wants to say, especially a woman who's trying to get, I guess, I don't know, whatever. I've seen it with women mostly, when they be like, well, we wasn't married because he didn't get it too good. And I'm like, but you claimed him as your husband. And then because they didn't give up the bill of divorce, they use that because they want to go marry the next guy.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of women talking about they want to get married to somebody and come to me for counseling, but never got a bill of divorce from the other dude. And sometimes the relationship be so bad with the other dude that they don't even want to reach out to him. And then when they finally do reach out, it's bad all over again.
Yeah.
And to make somebody go through that mental drama but you got to do it. It's the law. And you don't be wanting to put them through that mental trauma because it is. Sometimes it can be really, really harsh. But in order for you to fall in alignment with this law, you must do it. That's right. So let me finish what I was about to say before I was so rudely interrupted. The other part of this commandment that I see. All right, let me see what Aim want to say first. Celibacy also applies to men who are looking for life partners. I say, no dipping before committing. Yeah. There you go. That's right, Aim. Get him, Aim. May the Most High be praised. Another part, that wasn't a rude interruption. That was a smooth interruption. The other one was rude. So anyway, another part of that commandment that I see, when you give a woman a bill selling out of your house, and if she lay down with another man, you can never have her again. I had divorced some women, thinking that I was divorced years ago. And then one day, the Most High hit me and said, boy, you ain't divorced. I said, huh? You ain't divorced? I said, well, what do you mean? And this is me and the Most High having a conversation. I said, what do you mean? I'm really seriously pondering in my mind what's going on. The Most High said, I want y'all to hear and think. The Most High said, read my law. What my law say? The law says, what is that, Deuteronomy 24:1? Watch what the law says. What does it say? A little louder. Speaking with your chest.
When a man takes a wife and marries her, and if she finds no favor in his eyes because he had found some indecency in her, and he writes her a certification of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out of his house, and she departs out of his house, and she goes and finds another man's wife.
Now stop for a second. Let's forget the second part we're getting ready to get into. Let's deal with the first part of the instructions. Read it again. If a man finds some uncleanness in a woman, read on.
And writes her a certification.
And writes her a certification or a bill of divorce. In Hebrew, it says sefer. It says a book or something on paper. Read on.
And puts it in her hand.
And he put it in her hand.
And sends her out of his house.
And he sends her out of his house. That's where a lot of us fail right there. And that's where I had failed. So I had to go back to these women and explain to these women, we still married. Because you're in my house. Absolutely right. And I was wrong. See, a lot of us forget the fact that the Most High said, put it in her hand and put her out of your house. And we forget that. We don't even pay attention to that. So sisters, if you marry to a man and you live in his house, Because I would leave and let them keep the house and I'm out. But I bought the house. I provide the house for them to live in. It's your house. I don't even care who named the house is in. It could be in their name. If you brought it, it's you brought it. It's your house. So I had to go back to these women and explain to them the situation as to how I was in error. And I had to do what I had to do to correct that situation. And I took them women back as my wives because everything was cool. I had no choice. Huh? Had they been another man, then I would have caused them to sin. And I couldn't have them again anyway. So I would have been in a bad position. So I had them swear. They swore and we left it at that. But they was good women anyway. They didn't need to lie to me, you know. But they did it. We went through the whole process and I had to take them back. And those were my first two wives that I had on record in this way of life as an Israelite. But a lot of people overlook that part of the law. If you give her a bill, you got to send her out of your house and let her go on your way. If not, you didn't follow the law. You didn't complete the process. You didn't do it. What you did was you wrote her a bill and put it in her hand. But if you don't send her out of your house, you're not fulfilling the laws of the Most High. See, Mr. Otter, you made me say all that, Mr. Otter, because I wasn't going to give a commandment today, but you just made me say all that. It's similar to like when your children start acting grown under your roof and you tell them either respect my rules or get out of this house because your dominion as the parent is still on that house. That's right. Very similar. May the Most High be praised. Did we miss anybody's commandment? Yeah, I see that. If your sister died, can I marry her husband? Just a question. Absolutely, you can marry her husband. He might even be happy. He probably want you all his life. Absolutely, you can marry her husband. By law, you're supposed to. By law, you're supposed to. Yeah, you can. It is. The law does speak of the man, but that's by law is what I'm talking about. It's okay for you to marry your deceased sister's husband. It don't even matter. If they divorce, she can still marry him. If she's married to him, she can marry him. And then a lot of people interpret that law to say that you can't marry a sister's husband while she's alive, but that ain't what it says. You got to read the law carefully. You can't do it to cause strife, because if you do it to cause strife, then the Most High is not pleased with you. Find that law. Any of y'all know where that law at? Leviticus what? 22, I think it is. Anybody know where that's at? Where a man can marry, do not marry your wife's sister. Yeah, you can marry her if she's alive. Oh, let me hold up. Put your gloves on. Bang. I see where you're going with it, Bang, but that's all right. So let me ask you this question. What do you mean, can you marry her if she's alive? What do you mean? Yeah. Okay. All right. If my sister died, can I marry her husband? Yes, absolutely. All right. So Leviticus 18. One of y'all pull that for me, please. Leviticus 18 and 18. Oh, it's not a question. It's a pattern. Oh, statement. Well, he's right. Statement. Right. There you go. All right, so Leviticus 18, what it says, 18 and 18. You want to read that since you're closer to the mic?
You shall not take a woman as a rival wife to be her sister.
As a what?
Rival wife.
As a rival wife. If they're in agreement, you cool. If they're at odds and you just say, well, you can't tell me who to marry, then you're wrong and you're in violation. You can't take a woman's sister as a rival wife. But if both sisters agree, then you can do it. But a lot of people will give you slack about that and say the Creator said you can't marry two sisters. That ain't what the Father says. All right? So, Mr. Otter, did you get enough? Did I give you enough examples, Mr. Otter? Enough commandments? All right. Duty of brotherhood for your sister. Only if there be no son from the dead husband can you take his widow. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. If the husband passed away, and we flipping the script now. If the husband passes away and his wife is left behind and she doesn't have a son to carry on his name, then you can marry your brother's wife. And then you have to rename that firstborn child after your brother. You can pass that to the next living relative as well, such as the issue with Boaz and Ruth. He was not first picked. Very good. May the Most High be praised. It's so nice to have knowledgeable people this law, man. It really is. What is the law concerning a widow? I need to know specifically what you mean. I do know that the law says that we're supposed to look after the widow. The Israelite community is supposed to provide for the widow and make sure she's straight. So could you please get specific with the question? Because I want to answer it. All right, what's this? Great clarity on that law. Always thought you can't have sisters. No, you can have them. You can have them. As long as they're in agreement with it, you can have them. But if they ain't in agreement and they're not working in harmony, you got to stay away. You know, it's a lot of things that we are able to do in this society that we don't do. Like, for example, I can marry my cousin, my second cousin, my cousin's daughter, my cousin's nephew, my family member. I can marry them lawfully according to the law of the Most High. My uncle got a daughter, I can marry her. But guess what? These are not things that we do. We don't do that. Yes, a widow. See, I'm glad you brought out your question with clarity. If a woman's husband passed away, yes, that woman can be remarried. Absolutely. If he passes on to the next life, yes, she can be remarried. What's that? Wait. So if there's a widow and her dead husband brother doesn't want to take her, or any other close relatives for that matter, for example, if the rest of the family isn't in this way of life, then couldn't she marry who she wants? I don't know how to answer that. No, a woman should not just marry anyone, especially not an Israelite woman. An Israelite woman should always marry an Israelite man. Always a man in the way of Israel. Now, if you marry as an Israelite woman, if you will marry a man who is not in this way, who's not a practicing Israelite, I'm not going to tell you to do that, but this is what I would say. At bare minimum, make sure he ain't worshiping another power, idol, and make sure that he's going to allow you to continue to worship the Creator, and he ain't going to interfere with that. That's what I would say. But an Israelite sister should only marry an Israelite man. And according to the law, she should marry somebody of her tribe, of her father's tribe. That's the law. Numbers 36, I believe it is. Or 38. All right. Did that statues come about as a result of the strife between our Emas, Leah, and Rachel? It could have been. I don't know. It could have been. It could have been. May the Most High be praised. Long time ago, I was trapped between twins and couldn't choose. So I left them both because of my understanding of this law. Well, that's a shame. I know your wife happy about that, but that's a shame. Because you could have had them both if they was with it. But usually when our minds are not right, we don't understand. They wouldn't have been with it, but you never know. All right, are there any other questions or comments? So does that law only apply to widows with no sons for the dead husband? Yes, absolutely correct. That she must marry the brother of a close relative. Absolutely correct. That's right. That's correct. If she has daughters, then he can still marry her and raise up seed in his brother's name. That's correct. Are there any other questions? All right, now the time for question and answers before we go into our lesson. Are there any questions? Anybody choose to ask a question about anything that you want to ask about? It don't have to be about anything we discussed today. It could be about something totally different. What's your understanding of the law? Which law, sis? Which law? Which one of the laws? Twins. I don't understand the question. If they twins and they want to marry the same man, they can marry him. If that's what you're asking. If they're twins and they want to marry the same man, then they can marry him. If that's your question. I'm not fully understanding the question, but I think that may be what it is. Are there any other questions or comments, family? Are there any other questions or comments? Oh, they was with it. You said no? Okay, bro. Sorry to hear that. My question is, if Samson was alive today, would he be considered a terrorist? How would most common people who call themselves Israel receive him? Now, this would, of course, be my opinion to answer this question. But I don't think he would be considered a terrorist. He'd be a freedom fighter. And the government would try to snuff him out and kill him, just like they did most of our people who were revolutionary freedom fighters. You got to be real careful how you fight for your freedom today, because if you're too vocal, they're going to send somebody after you. And if they send somebody after you, that person that come after you is going to be up underneath of you until the time comes that they want to have you removed. All right? May the Most High be praised. All right, may the Most High be praised. What just happened, babe? All right. You just all over the place. That's a question? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. What was that first? Because I'm out of order. Correct. How would you explain polygyny to a family that's not in this way of life? I would just get a Bible, show them in the Bible all the first. Let's start at the beginning. If the family is determined not to accept polygyny, then nothing you're going to show them is going to make a difference. You just have to go on and live your life, and probably without them. Because if they're determined not to accept it, they're not going to hear anything that you say. But if they really want to know, then you can share them scriptures and show through the scriptures examples of the righteous men who stood up before the Most High, and the Most High allowed them to have multiple wives. And then there are certain laws in place with a man who has more than one wife. What is that? Deuteronomy 22, Deuteronomy 21. There's several different laws in place of how the Most High says a man's supposed to treat the children, how he's supposed to treat the wives if he has multiple nashim. Yes.
I was going to say, what I like to explain to people, because I've had that question, like, how do you deal with polygyny? And I tell people, and it's usually for people who are in this way of life. I said, if your husband has a girlfriend on the side, that's basically polygyny. The only difference is when polygyny is accepted, the women work together, the children are loving on each other. I said, but there's so many stories of Johnny had two women pregnant at the same time on the same block. The women knew each other, knew the children were, but they weren't cool. And then some women were cool with each other. It just wasn't out in the open. I said, that's really what polygyny is. It's that when it's done the right way, or when people accept it, then the family is one together versus having split houses or children not knowing who each other are. But that's what I say. It's like, it's that way. And you know who your husband is with versus him. You are not sure of if this woman got a disease or who this woman is and where your husband's at, if he's safe, if your children are safe with him and this other thing. I said, but most of the time, we are, a lot of us live in polygyny, but we don't call it that. We call it cheating, but we're still staying with that man. And versus just sitting back, accepting, realizing, working something out. That's how I really explain it when people ask me.
Absolutely right. May the Most High be praised. A whole lot to that conversation. So that's how I would explain it. All right. Benjamin Yisrael says, my question is, if Samson was alive today, oh no, we did that one. It was another one. Oh, Dawid, yes. Speaking of Shimshon, that's Samson in Hebrew. He would have lost his strength if he ate grapes, wouldn't he? I know he would have violated, I don't know if he would have lost his strength, but I do know that he would have violated a vow of the Nazarite that he himself did not swear. The Most High gave that and placed that upon his life before he was born. So yes, I don't know if he would have lost his strength, but I know he would have violated his vow of being a Nazarite. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. One nation in Israel will always marry their cousins, and that's the Kohathites. The priests, I believe, can only marry a daughter of the same tribe of Aharon descendants. Okay, I'm confused now. One nation in Israel will always marry their cousin, and that's the Kohathites, the priests. Yes, he had to marry his own people. I believe can only marry a daughter of the same tribe of Aaron descendants. No, supposedly that's the way it is. So that meant that Levi could always marry within Levi. So if a Levite actually marries a priest, then a priest's daughter, then he can do that. But a priest could only marry the daughter of a Levite in no other tribe. She could be elevated to that level. But in the law, it says that everybody of the nation of Israel, when the women get married, the women were supposed to marry a man of their father's tribe. And like I said, I believe you find that in Numbers 36 or Numbers 38, when it speaks about the daughters of Zelophehad. Shabbat Shalom, Zakein, Elder Sariah. Shabbat Shalom, may the Most High be with you. All right, go ahead, Iman, take over, because I done just messed you up again. He was doing something. That was it? Okay. All right. Now, there's a lot of Israelites out here today that's married, and of course, we don't know the tribe of a lot of people. So it'll be very difficult for us today to keep up with that. But in the ancient days, they knew their tribe because it was a big thing. They kept up with it. Today, it's not so much known. And a lot of people today can claim to be from any tribe. We don't really know what tribe they're from. So it is what it is. But you are supposed to marry as a man or as a daughter of Israel. You're supposed to marry within your father's tribe. And that was to keep the inheritance of whatever your father may have left behind on record. If you don't want no inheritance, then you do what you do. Can't argue with you about that. All right? May the Most High be praised. And Bane, it's really good to have you participating like that. It's really good. And I know the knowledge you got in your mind, so it's a wonderful thing. I would like to have you sometime up here on the platform so you can do some teaching, because I know you got a lot of good stuff in your mind that you want to share. So may the Most High be praised. Whenever you ready, reach out to Yahweh and let them know so we can do that. All right? May the Most High be praised. All right. Where we at? So there are no other questions? Brother Yael, are you present on the line today, Brother Yael? Brother Yael, he's another brother, very serious about his commitment to the Most High to the best of his ability. I had a conversation with him today through text. If he's on the line, I would love for him to chime in so we can start that conversation that he has. I would love for him to speak up so we can have that conversation. If he doesn't speak up, then I'll just let you know, make you aware of what his question was, something so that you can ponder on it, or we can discuss it if you want to discuss it in the future. Love and feelings of or culture alone cannot be the foundation of polygamous. I guess he meant polygyny. Or polygamous relationships. Okay, she's right. A progressive mission statement should be engaged and understood by all parties involved. And why is that so important? That is so important because a man should only marry a woman for purpose, not out of lust, not even out of need, but out of purpose, which means, how can she benefit my life? What can she bring to my life? But you got to be a man first. Don't be a male talking about what she gonna do for me. You got to be a man, which means that you have a position to put her in. The first commandment I was going to say when my brother, Mr. Otter, asked me, when Mr. Otter told me to give my commandment, the first one that I was getting ready to say to my wife, said I always say, I was going to say the commandment about when a man go out to war, he find a wife with a beautiful Yafet Basar, beautiful body, and then he decides he want to marry her. He has to bring her home to his house, shave her hair, shave her nails, and let her mourn for her family for 30 days. Then he can go into her and make her his wife. That's the law. But the part about that a lot of people miss is the fact that he had to have a house. He says, let him take her to his house.
Not his car.
Not his car, not his buddy's house, not his mama's house, but his house. And so many males, they missed that part, and they got all these women living in the women's house, living in the house she rent. Some of them don't even pay the rent. Some of them just shacking up. They gonna get it for free, and then when it come time, I'm the man around here. But you ain't earning the right to be a man nowhere, not just around here. So, and it's a sad thing, but it's a reality that we're dealing with today. So many males trying to usurp the throne of a man. There's a difference between a man and a male. Big difference. But a lot of people don't recognize. Even a lot of females don't recognize the difference between a man and a male. This one lady told me, I know this guy, he's a good guy. I said, yeah, but Yeah, he's a good guy. But the rope, the rope, it's so much I want to say about it, but I don't want to put the brother down. But there's a difference between a male and a man. There's a big difference. And you have to learn it as a female because you don't want to be married to a male. You only want to marry a man. There's a difference. We so what?
We're so in love that we get physically involved before we investigate.
In love. That's another word that comes to question. Love. What love got to do with it? I don't know. All right, so let's move on. Are there any other questions, family, before we get into today's lesson? We ain't start yet. Are there any other questions? And if there are no other questions, we gonna get started. All right, I guess there's no other questions. I guess there are no other questions. Nobody else got anything that they need to say. All right. Is that right? That's right. Nothing's coming through, so I assume that there are no questions. Am I right, family? There are no questions? Oh, I said I was going to tell y'all what the brother's question was earlier. So, my brother calls me, texts me. Got something you want to talk about. I sent him the invite to come to class today. And he texts me back. He texts me back and he tells me that he asks me a question. Why do you people think today is the Shabbat? You know the day ain't the Shabbat, Prince. Y'all know the day ain't the Shabbat, but yet y'all are doing this Roman thing, a pagan thing, or however you put it. A Roman thing, I think he said. Knowing you're worshiping the Creator on the wrong day. He says today is not the Shabbat day and that we shouldn't be honoring this day as a Shabbat because it's not. He says that this is what the Europeans have said is the Shabbat day and not what the Most High said is the Shabbat day. There's a lot of people who have their beliefs about these things, and I'm not going to argue with anybody about what they believe. The only thing I suggest is that you're living based on your beliefs. Whatever your belief is, live it. So if you believe the Shabbat is on Revi'i on Wednesday, then every Wednesday, do what the law tells you to do on the Shabbat day. If you believe the Shabbat is on Yom Rishon on Sunday, then every Sunday, do what the law tells you to do on Shabbat day. There are a lot of people who have a rotating or floating Shabbat day. All I say to you is be true to what you understand to be true. And if your floating Shabbat day ends up on a Monday, on a Tuesday, or a Wednesday, or a Thursday, whatever day it ends up on, do what the law tells you to do on the Shabbat day. That's what I got to say about the people who believe those things. My son backed it up. But I'm ready for that discussion whenever the world feel like they want to have that discussion. We can have that discussion. Whenever y'all are ready to talk about that, we can talk about it. Maybe I'll prepare a little lesson one day so we can have that discussion. It's bad enough that we got some people say the Shabbat don't start until sunrise on Saturday and not Friday night when the sun go down. There's a lot of people who believe in that as well. We can have those discussions as well. I'm open for all discussions. I don't have all the answers. I don't know everything. And if it's something that you have that you can teach us or educate us on, then I suggest you bring it. I would say you bring it. And if you don't want to share it, then let's not even talk about it. But other than that, bring the information that you say you have so we can have those discussions. So I invited the brother to come to the class to share, or so we can conversate on what he felt was a Shabbat day and us doing it on the wrong day. And I have no problem with that. Whenever you're ready, we can do that. Because I'm all about that. Excuse me, y'all. You're making too much noise. I can hear y'all. Thank you very much. Y'all ready to get started? Y'all ready to rock and roll? Was it something you're supposed to be doing? We looking for something? Oh, no? All right. So here we go. Is that large enough for y'all? I know some of y'all got y'all widescreen televisions on. I'm just making sure that this is large enough for y'all to see. Nobody's typed in the room in a minute. Are y'all still with me? Are we still connected? All right. Let's rock and roll. Here we go. Last week in class, we spoke about the angels that went and struck out 185,000 people in the camp of the Assyrians. So I want to pick up where we left off last week in class. Very, very interesting topic we have for today. What shall be the sign? Very interesting topic. So let's start in 2 Kings chapter 19, verse 35. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Can y'all do something with that young man, please? So we have 2 Kings chapter 19, verse 35. And it says, at that night, the angel of the Most High went out and struck down 185,000 in the camp of the Assyrians. And when people arose early in the morning, behold, these were all dead bodies. Now watch this, family. Then Sennacherib, remember he was the king that was coming against Israel, and he wrote that he sent his ambassadors to talk to King Hezekiah, and then King Hezekiah went and talked to the Most High, made the prayer to the Most High, and the Most High prayed to him. Don't worry about it. I got it. That's how we sometimes in our lives are. We so discombobulated in our lives, and we need an answer. We need to hear from the Creator, but we want the Most High to answer the way we want the Most High to answer, and the Most High don't work that way. So this is what's going on right here. Hezekiah, he only wanted Most High to deal with this Sennacherib, and he did. But you would have thought that Sennacherib died in that 185,000 people that died, but he didn't. Assyria must have had a vast army. 185,000 must have been a drop in the bucket. So let's finish on 36. Then Sennacherib, king of Assyria, departed, and he went home and lived at Nineveh. So he went all the way back home to Nineveh, where he lived. And as he was worshiping in the house of Nisroch, his god, Adrimelech, and Sharezer, his sons, they struck him down with the sword and escaped into the land of Arat. And Ashhadon, his son, reigned in his place. What does that tell you? I'm going to tell you a little bit, and then we're going to read some stuff. because I want you to get the backstory so you'll know how the king and the story all mesh together and it falls into place. Sennacherib was the king of Assyria. Shalmaneser, I believe, was his father. Shalmaneser's father, I believe, was Tiglath-Pileser. I believe that's how it went. Tiglath-Pileser, Shalmaneser, Sennacherib, and then we have the ones that we're dealing with right now. But Sennacherib was the king of Assyria, and as any king does, what that king does is he chooses another son to claim the throne after his death. Well, Sennacherib chose a son to succeed him. First was Adrammelech. He chose Adrammelech to succeed him. And then what happened, Adrammelech did something that history doesn't make clear, and Sennacherib chose another son. He didn't want Adrammelech to be the next king. So Adrammelech and Sharezer plotted against their father because Adrammelech took it bad that his father chose another one of the brothers to be successor and be king. This other brother that was chosen lost his life. He died. He was taken hostage, and he died in the siege when he took him hostage. And instead of calling Adrammelech back up to make him king, the throne went to his younger brother, Asar-Haddon. So Asar-Haddon, Adrammelech, and Sharezer, they all had a problem with each other because they felt like Adrammelech should have been the rightful heir. So Asar-Haddon and Adrammelech is going to go to war now. And they're going to fight for a period of years before eventually Adrammelech is going to win. I mean, Asar-Haddon is going to win. And his brothers are going to be defeated. But this is a real big situation that took place all during the life of the king Hezekiah. See, the Bible only gives us a portion of this history of what's actually taking place. But there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that you would have to go and research history to learn about. And we're going to talk about it today because I want you to see how all this fits in. See, this king, Sennacherib, was a king of Assyria. He wrote a letter talking to Hezekiah, talking about how bad the Most High wasn't going to do nothing, how the Most High couldn't defeat him. All along, the Most High was plotting his downfall because of the wickedness that he did to the Most High's people, Judah. He plotted it in his own house. And that's the reason why when the 185,000 died, Sennacherib didn't die, because the Most High had a greater plan for him. So when he went home, he died by the hands of his family. Just as the prophet prophesied, the prophet Isaiah prophesied to Hezekiah and what took place. He's going to die in his own land. And that's what he did. And he died. And in those days, Hezekiah became sick and was at the point of death. And Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos, came to him and said to him, "Thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh." He says, "Set your house in order, for you shall die, you shall not recover." Now, what he just said to the prophet, what the prophet just said to King Hezekiah, we should all take heed to that. He said to him, when he was on his deathbed, ready to die, he says, "Hezekiah, set your house in order, for you shall die of this sickness, you shall not recover." This was ordained by the Most High that Hezekiah was going to die. But watch what takes place, because he did. Watch what takes place. But this is what I want to touch on first. All flesh shall leave this earth, every one of us. And if you have any assets to leave behind in this earth, have you set your house in order? Do you have wills in place? Did you give out instructions to people? Do you have anything in writing about what you want to take place after you pass? Because after you leave, the people that you leave behind will never hear your voice again in that manner. So therefore, you have to have all that established and set up prior to your demise. If you're a man with multiple nashim and you really getting it like men supposed to be getting it, you have to have these things established, or else your nashim, although they got along while you was alive, chances are they're going to be fighting, they're going to be at odds when you're dead, when you leave. Your children will be at odds when you leave. And so many other will be at odds when you leave. Therefore, you have to leave something on record so that the order will be properly disseminated and done according to your wishes. So Isaiah asks the prophet, asks the king. He says, King, is your house in order? And sometimes people will fool you because they will be so nice and sweet and pleasant during your life and getting along during your lifetime. And then the moment you leave this place, they turn a completely different person and begin to show a side of them that you never saw. And you in the pearly gates looking down like, yo, that wasn't who you was when we was married. Or when I knew you, you wasn't like that. And in reality, it's because you didn't set your house in order, or they had a secret hidden agenda after you pass. The beautiful thing about this is that King Hezekiah, he knew he was about to die. Can you imagine knowing that you're about to die any day now? Really knowing that you're about to die any day now. What changes would you make in your life? What would you do if these was your last few days and you knew it, that these were your last few days? How would you conduct yourself? What were the things you would do before your death to try to make yourself better or your life more accommodating? What changes would you make? And Isaiah the prophet, the son of Amos, came to him, the king Hezekiah, and said to him, Thus saith the Most High, set your house in order, for you shall surely die. Move! You shall not recover. And Hezekiah turned his face to the wall in his last days, knowing that any day now he's going to leave this earth. What did Hezekiah do? Did he go to the go-go joint? Did he go smoke some ASAP? Did he smoke some cigarettes? Did he go to it's a whole lot of things that the average person would do, which they call having fun. But men of value, men with responsibility, thinks different from a male. Hezekiah was a man. He wasn't a perfect man, but he was a man. And watch what Hezekiah did in this verse 2. 2 Kings chapter 20, verse 2. Then Hezekiah turned his face to the wall and prayed to the Most High. And this is what he said. Now, O Yohei Ha Elohim, please remember how I have walked before you in faithfulness and with a whole mind. How many of us can say that today? How many of you can say that you walk before the Most High in faithfulness and with a whole mind toward him? That means that everything you do in your life, you do it with a desire to please the Creator. That's the statement he made. He says, I have walked before you faithfully and with a whole mind, and have done what is good in your sight. Every night, my prayers are that we do what is pleasing, right, and acceptable in the sight of the Most High. And then Hezekiah wept bitterly. Let's talk about this for a minute. No, I need y'all to really hear this because this is important. I had a conversation with a brother earlier today. And this brother calls me. He tells me that he's been in this life for many years. And all this life has brought him was untrustworthy people, hard times and heartache and pain and suffering. He can't find anybody today that's willing to walk in the manner that he's willing to walk and be a brother to him. And I know that feeling. It hurts. It hurts deeply. He's about ready to give up on this way of life and throw the ring in, throw the towel in. And it's because he can't find anyone that is really worthy of what they teach and what they say. He's about ready to give up. He says he sacrificed his whole life, not his whole life, but since he's understood who he was as an Israelite, I think he said 2013. But he said he sacrificed all of his time to be pleasing to the Creator, only to be met with untrustworthy people. And that he was ready to give up. That's how Hezekiah feels right now. Hezekiah's first response was to the Most High that I have walked. Do you remember how I have walked faithfully before you with my whole heart? That's that brother saying he put in all this effort to serve the Most High, but he's being rewarded with unfaithful people and people he can't trust, people taking advantage of him, and all types of things. And Hezekiah wept bitterly. He cried. Because Hezekiah feels as if he's given so much of his life to the Creator. And then when he gets sick, the Most High turns his back on him and allows him to die with his sickness. But what Hezekiah forgot was when Sennacherib was at his gate, ready to kill him, the Most High said, don't touch my anointed. And killed 185,000 people of Sennacherib's army. What Hezekiah forgot was that the Most High blessed him and made him king, gave him Nashim, and gave him children, and gave him a whole lot of blessings. Just as we forget a lot of the things that the Most High does for us in our lives. Just like my brother I just got finished talking about, who through his life, he served the Most High to the best of his ability, but it seemed like he wasn't being rewarded for his servitude to the Creator. And my brother, I'm here to tell you, you just didn't get it the way you thought it was supposed to come, but you got it because you're still here breathing, talking to me. You're still alive, texting me. You got certain, and I'm being completely transparent with this brother. He has certain skills and ability that I don't see in a lot of people, like honor, integrity, loyalty, trust, commitment, the diligence to go out and get and to make things work on his behalf. He has all that in his personality already. So he's set apart from the average man, just those things. I know what he wants. He wants a lot of great riches and wealth. He wants a lot of people that he can trust in. He wants some people that he can talk to and confide in. I understand that. I let the brother know I'm here for that. Hezekiah cried because he gave so much of his life to the Most High, only to turn around and to be told that he's about to die from a sickness. What Hezekiah did at this point is he humbled himself before the Most High. He humbled himself. He cried. Remember I talked about earlier when I was incarcerated and I used to get on the floor and make prayer and buckets of tears would come out of my face? That's what Hezekiah is feeling right now. The sincerity and the need of the Most High, that passion. That's when you pray. All this other stuff you do, most of the time, that's not praying. That's just talking. But when you pray, your soul opens up and it goes up into the heavens and it stands before the throne of the Father, and the Father looks upon it. He says, how can I serve you, my son? And your soul begins to speak a heavenly language that only the Most High and him, your soul, can detect. Because if you speak it with your mouth, you'll tell a bunch of lies. Your soul is going to speak the truth. So it goes up to the Heavenly Father and it speaks the truth of what's really going taking place in your life and what you need and what you want. He cried bitterly. And before Isaiah had gone out of the middle court, before the prophet could leave, the words of the Most High came to him. So do y'all see what happened? When Isaiah came to him, and Isaiah told him, surely you're going to die. He didn't question Isaiah. He didn't argue with Isaiah. He didn't fight with Isaiah. He immediately went to prayer. And he opened up and bore his soul to the Creator so heavily that he cried before the Almighty. He earned himself 15 more years through that act of humility. So my brother, what I submit to you today that's suffering right now in the position that you're in, go to the Most High. Pray. Seek his face. Don't even act like you know anything. Just leave everything you think you know to the wayside. And go to the Most High the true desires of your soul. And let him tell you what it's going to be. Because we be thinking we know how to do things and we make all the wrong decisions when the Most High is not guiding us. So a lot of times you got to humble yourself. All the time. You got to humble yourself and go to the Most High and let him guide your steps. Because he knows, even when you don't. He knows where those righteous people are, where those good people are, where that community is at, how you're going to make a living for yourself. The Most High already knows. And a lot of time, all you got to do is humble yourself and go before his throne. He'll give you the answers. And before Isaiah, Yeshayahu had gone out of the midst of the court, the word of the Most High came to him. It said, turn back, turn around, and say to Hezekiah, the leader of my people. I looked that word up, leader. That word is Nagid. Nagid is a Hebrew word for prince. You know why it calls him a leader or Nagid, a prince? Because only the Most High is the true king. You can have a title of king, but you're not the Most High. So therefore, you are Nagid, and you're not the Most High. Turn back and say to Isaiah, the leader of my people, thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, Ha Elohim of Dawid, your father. Dawid been gone a long time, but the Most High still making reference to Dawid. That's how much he loved him. He says, I have heard your prayers. I have seen your tears. Behold, I will heal you. He was ready to die. They had counted him out. The prophet already told him you're going to be dead soon. Move out of here. He had his mind adjusted that he was about to die, but he cried to the Most High. And through his acts of humility, the Most High changed the agenda. The Most High was ready to take him out. The Most High was going to let him lay there and die. But because he humbled himself, what am I really trying to get at? I'm trying to let you know, family, there's nothing in this life that you could go through that humility can't save you from. But it has to be true humility. When I was facing 60 plus years in jail, and when I cried to the Most High on that floor, and those tears came out, I meant every word that I said. And that's how you have to be when you talk to this king. You have to be a man or a woman of your word and back it up. Because if you don't, the Most High is going to call you on your BS. And that's what he did to me. He caught me on it. So when I stand here today and I talk to you in this manner, I'm talking to you from experience. I'm not telling you what I think. I'm not telling you what somebody taught me. I'm telling you what the Heavenly Father revealed to me through my own life, what this is all about. Turn back and say to Hezekiah, the Nagid of my people, the leader of my people, thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, Ha Elohim of Dawid, your father. He says, I have heard your prayer and I have seen your tears. The Most High is most merciful. Behold, I will heal you. On the third day, why not the first day? Why not the second day? Why on the third day is something special about the number 3? On the third day, you shall go up to the house of the Most High. Why? Because he had to purify himself to get ready to go to the house of the Most High. The Most High don't want us approaching him just in the old kind of way. On the third day, you go up to the house of the Most High, and I will add 15 years to your life. He says, I will deliver you and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria. And at this time, the king of Assyria was Sennacherib. And I will defend this city for my own sake and for the sake of my servant Dawid, who is long gone. And Yeshayahu said, bring a cake of figs. Wait a minute. What are you bringing a cake of figs for? And let them take and lay it on the boil that he may recover. Wait a minute. What is figs? What are figs? Figs is a fruit. Again, this man is about to die, and all he had to do was put some fruit on top of it to preserve his life. Do you see? The Most High gives us everything we need in nature to preserve our lives. But when the last time you ate some figs, oranges, apples, plums, blueberries? When the last time you ate something with life in it, as opposed to eating something dead that you had to fry over a stove at 120 degrees? See, a lot of us are killing ourselves because we don't eat things with life. Therefore, we don't want to live. How can you expect to live if you keep putting dead things inside you? How do you expect to live? You can't. If you want to live, you got to put life inside of you. Plants, fruit, vegetation, water. These things have to be alive. If not, all you're doing is buying time, polluting your cells, destroying your ability to think and to act. It's so much to this family, and it's so much for us to learn. This young man we're about to read about, the son of Sennacherib, his name was Esarhaddon. Remember what I shared with you? His name, Esarhaddon. It's so much for us to learn. And we're going to learn it, but we're going to learn together. Who is Esarhaddon? Let's find out. Now, most times you read these scriptures, you don't know who these people are. You just read over it, you accept it, and you move on. But here at Beulah Land Temple Kipharim, we don't play that. Nah, we believe in education. We believe in educating our people so that our people can learn not just talking, but so that they can learn. And we have a lot of information that we want to share with you. So let's read. Okay? Esarhaddon. He was the son of Sennacherib that took over the kingdom after his father had passed on. He was an Assyrian. His name is Assyrian or Akkadian. His name means Asur Ahadidina. Ashur has given me a brother. Biblical name, Esarhaddon, was the king of Neo-Assyrian Empire from 681 to 669 BC, the third of the Sargonid dynasty. Esarhaddon is most famous for his conquest of Egypt in 671 BC, which made his empire the largest of the world, and even every scene, and for his reconstruction of Babylon, which had been destroyed by his father. Let me tell you a little bit about this story. Esarhaddon was such a great conqueror. Remember, I told you he went to war with his family first for the throne. And then once he got that throne, he went from there and was one of the greatest Assyrian kings that ever lived. He went to war with Egypt 2 or 3 times before he conquered Egypt. But he did defeat them. He was a great conqueror. He went to war in Babylon. Matter of fact, his father Sargon went to war in Babylon and destroyed Sennacherib, destroyed the Babylonians, and then he had to come back and fight a war against them and put his brother, one of his brothers, or one of his sons, when Esarhaddon decides to move on or is about to pass away, he put one of his sons in charge of Assyria, and then he put his other son in charge of Babylon. That's how vast his empire was. He had Egypt, he had conquered Egypt, he had conquered Babylon. All the Middle East belonged to him at one time. He was a powerful dude. But I gotta read this because I want your mind to understand when you read these scriptures, we're talking about real life events, things that really happened. And then you'll see how Hezekiah fit in the scheme of things. Now, Hezekiah was before Esarhaddon, but it shows the history that's taking place of his father. Esarhaddon is most famous for his conquest of Egypt in 671, after many wars that they had, which made his empire the largest the world had ever seen, and for his reconstruction of Babylon, which had been destroyed by his father. After Sennacherib's eldest son, and here's the story. After Sennacherib's eldest son, the heir, Arsunadib, Sunni, that was the one that Sennacherib chose to take over his empire after he died. But after he had been captured and presumably executed in 694, the new heir had originally been the second eldest son. They called him Adra Mulisi. Now, that's what they call him here. But in the scriptures, he had a closely different name. And let me pull it up now for you. His name was Adrimelech in the scriptures. So we're talking about the same man. We're just talking about the one named Adrimelech. Okay? There are different names throughout scripture and throughout history, and we'll see. See, Adra Malusi is very similar to Adrimelech. Adra Malusi or Adra Balusi is also named as Arda Malusi, Arna Nili, and known in Hebrew writings as Adrimelech. He was an ancient Assyrian prince of the Sargonid dynasty, the son of Sennacherib, king of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, the oldest brother of Esarhaddon. Okay? So let me put it all in play now. Sennacherib was the king of Assyria, who had chosen for his son Ashurnadab to reign after him. But Ashurnadab, he died when somebody captured him. So the next brother who was supposed to have been in line was Adar-Malusi. But in 674, Asarhaddon, a younger son, was appointed instead. So the father changed his mind about Adar-Malusi. He didn't want him to be king for whatever reason. This angered him. Him and his other brother get together and they decide they're going to kill their father. All of this doings that we read about right now was the works of the Most High. The Most High was working behind the scene so that the prophecy that the prophet Isaiah gave to King Hezekiah could be fulfilled. And a lot of us don't see that. All right, let's read on. This angered by this decision, Adar-Malusi and another brother, Nabu-Sarusi, murdered their father in 681 and planned to seize the Neo-Assyrian Empire. The murder and Adar-Malusi, aspired of becoming king himself, made Asarhaddon's rise to the throne difficult, and he first had to defeat his brothers in a 6-week-long civil war. His brother's attempted coup had been unexpected and troublesome for Asarhaddon, and he would be plagued by the paranoia and mistrust of his officials, governors, and male family members until the end of his reign. He couldn't trust nobody. He couldn't. It was very difficult for him to trust anybody because everybody wanted to be the king. So we're going to leave off on that. What you can do, family, in your own time, you can always read up on that and find out the information about him. It will be a good reading for you, and it'll fill you in on a lot of places through these scriptures and where we left off. Okay? And then you'll understand a lot more about what's being said and what's being done. So here we have King Hezekiah falling sick. And the prophet went back to the Most High. The Most High spoke to the prophet and said, let him live. And the prophet received word of the Most High what to do to give him life. And all he had to do was bring a cake of figs and let them and take them and lay it on the boil that he may recover. And that's what was done. And Hezekiah said to Isaiah, now I want y'all to watch this. When I just spoke about Hezekiah, I spoke about how humbled he was, how great honor and humility he possessed at this time. I just told you about all these things. And a lot of time in life, when situations around us are so difficult and hard, we're on our best behavior. We come to a state of humility unlike any other time in our lives when things are difficult in our lives. Same thing with Hezekiah, because Hezekiah thought he was about to die. He became very humble. And watch what happens the moment he realizes that he ain't going to die no more. Let's pay attention. And Hezekiah said to Isaiah, what should be the sign? What's the name of the lesson? What should be the sign? He says to Isaiah, what should be the sign that the Most High will heal me? What's going to be your sign for what you desire to know from the Creator? And that I shall go up to the house of the Most High on the 3rd day. And Isaiah said, this shall be the sign to you from the Most High, that the Most High will do the thing that he promised. Shall the shadow go forward 10 steps? I'll go back 10 steps. Now, can you imagine that? On a normal day, when it's supposed to be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun casts a certain shadow on the ground. And you can tell it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Because at 7 o'clock in the morning, when the first sun come up, your shadow is in a different location. So at this time, when the shadow is supposed to be in a certain place, it was asked of Hezekiah, should the shadow go forward 10 steps, or should the shadow go backwards 10 steps? And Hezekiah answered, it is an easy thing for the shadow to lengthen 10 steps. Rather, let the shadow go back 10 steps. He said, let time reverse a little bit. And Isaiah the prophet called to the Most High, and he brought the shadow back 10 steps by which he had gone down the steps of Ahaz. Anybody know what the steps of Ahaz are? The steps of Ahaz was a clock, a way that the ancients used to tell time. The sun would hit the step at a certain time, causing a reflection with the shadows. And with that reflection, we would see it and know the time of day that we were in. That's called the steps of Ahaz. Our ancient forefathers kept time, they just didn't have a watch on their wrist. The way that they kept time was they would put a stick in the ground, a tall stick in the ground, and watch the shadow of the stick as it moved. They have a hand typed on the ground with the stick in the middle. And at 12 o'clock, the stick will be here. 12:45, the stick is there, or 12:30, the stick is there. And then at 1 o'clock, the stick is here. They had all this numbered out. But what Hezekiah had, he had a set of steps that was up toward the heavens. And as the sun rose, you look at the shadow of the steps, a certain part of the steps will be illuminated and the shadow will be cast on the ground. And that's how they told what time it was. There's a true thing about the steps of Ahaz. So go look it up sometime and research and build your knowledge so that you understand all these things. I'm not just here to be teaching you and entertaining you. I'm here to educate you, so that one day you might have to recall these things into your mind to teach others. So you can always say, Prince taught me that this is what it was, and he read it for me. He didn't just give me his opinion. It says, at that time, now I want you to still watch Hezekiah's mind state once he realized he was going to be healed. At that time, Merodach Baladan, the son of Benadad, king of Babylon, sent envoys with letters and a present to Hezekiah. For he had heard that Hezekiah had been sick, and Hezekiah welcomed them. Now, who is this? This man was the king of Babylon, or going to be king of Babylon. Him and his envoy, several of his men. Now, Babylon is a nation that hates the children of Israel. Babylon goes to war with the children of Israel. They want to conquer the children of Israel. They want us to serve them. So why is Hezekiah bringing the enemies into his house and going to show the enemies around in his house all his sacred jewels? I think about this often. Every time somebody comes and visit the land that I know that really don't deal with me on that level, why are you coming to see it? I don't understand why you would even like to see it. I show them selective parts of the land because I remember this scripture, and I don't want to reveal all that the Most High has blessed us with. So I show them certain parts of the land because your spirit is not right toward my future anyway. If you had your way, I wouldn't be here. So you get to see certain portions, and I'm selective about what portions I show. Hezekiah opened his whole door to the enemies and showed them everything that he had. It's like a woman who lays down with a man that she's not married to and performs all type of oral and physical sex with him. And what good would she be for a husband if she gave all her jewels to a man for free? Hezekiah welcomed them, and he showed them all his treasure houses, the silver, the gold, the spices, the precious oils, his armory, and all that was found in his storehouses. He went over and beyond to expose all his secrets to the enemy. What was wrong with Hezekiah? There was nothing in his house or in all his realm that Hezekiah did not show them. Then Yeshayahu, prophet Isaiah, came to the king Hezekiah and said to him, "What did these men say? And from where did they come to you?" And Hezekiah said, "They have came from a far country, from Babylon." He said, "What have they seen in your house?" And Hezekiah answered, "They have seen all that is in my house. There is nothing in my storehouse that I did not show them." Then Isaiah said to Hezekiah, "Hear the word of Yahweh. This is what the Most High has to say. Behold, the days are coming when all that is in your house and that which your fathers have stored up till this day shall be carried away to Babylon." It says, "Nothing shall be left," says the Most High. "And some of your own sons who will come from you, whom you will father, shall be taken away. And they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon." We're going to read the story about that in a couple of weeks, about the children of the kings of Judah being taken away into captivity. It's going to be an awesome thing. So here we have the prophet prophesying of a future event and how Babylon is going to come in and take over Judah, sack the city, carry people away hostage as slaves. But because it's the future, Hezekiah is not really worried about it. But watch this. "And some of your own sons who will come from you, whom you will father, shall be taken away, and they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon." Watch this. Then Hezekiah said to Isaiah, see, this was a man that was about to die. This was a man who lay on his deathbed, and realities of life hit him. And this is what he said: "The word of the Most High that you have spoken is good." For he thought in his mind, why not? Let it happen. If there be peace and security in my days, then let my children suffer. Hezekiah at this point showed himself not to be a man. Because a man's job and responsibility is to prepare a better life for his children than he had for himself. That's why he works so hard. That's why he studies so hard. That's why he does everything to the utmost to bring about a greater result, to prepare lives for the future of his children. Hezekiah just said, "I don't care nothing about them anyway. I don't know them. The word of the Most High that you have spoken is good." For he thought. He said, why not? Excuse me. If there's going to be peace and security in my days, and that's how a lot of us are. This is how a lot of us are today. The only thing we're worried about is our lives, our immediate life, and what we're going to have and how we're going to be provided for. And the preparation for the future of our children, we care nothing about. If your children go to public school, you're Hezekiah. You don't care about the future generations to come. Because if you did, your children will be going to Goshen Hebrew Academy at Temple Kifarim. That's where your children will be going. GHA at Temple Kifarim. A Hebrew school that's going to prepare your children for the future. And guess what? We got it online. You ain't even got to be in Georgia. You could be online in Barbados and you can join our classes. These are the realities. Real men prepare for the future of their family. Real leaders prepare for the future of the community. So if you got what you call a spiritual leader and he ain't talking about making preparations for you in your future, then you ain't got a spiritual leader. You got a hustler. And that's not what we're supposed to be striving to be. Hezekiah said to Isaiah, the word of the Most High that you have spoken is good. For he thought, why not let this happen if there will be peace and security as long as I'm alive? The rest of the deeds of Hezekiah and all his might and how he made the pool and the conduit and brought water into the city, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the king of Judah? And Hezekiah slept with his fathers, and Manasseh his son reigned in his place. May the Most High be praised. Any questions or comments, family? Are there any questions or comments? Yes, this is 2 Kings chapter 20. 2 Kings chapter 20. I believe it started at verse 16. Are there any questions or comments, family? No questions or comments? No inquiries? No additions? All right, while you're posting your questions and you're asking your questions and comments, we're going to make prayer and we're going to close this class for the day. All right? If possible, please. Okay, go ahead, bro. Let me send you the link if you want to come up so you can ask your questions. If you'd like to go back, we can do just that. And if you don't want to come on the platform, if you want to type your question, and just type it. He says, regarding the sharing of secrets, how should we apply this principle to our lives today? I explained that. You can't tell everything to everybody. Certain things you got to reserve for yourself, for the community and the people that walk with you. And if you're thinking about a strategic defense, that one day, like this world is about to be destroyed, come to an end in the manner that we know it, and people are going to be running up and down the streets and looting, you can't show people your escape plan, your escape route, how you're going to do this and how you're going to do that, and the food that you got in your cupboard. Because when that all happens and that all kicks loose, those people you shared and showed that information to, when they're out of food and they're about to die, they're going to forget the brotherhood relationship they have with you, and they're going to try to kill you to get what you showed and exposed to them. That's how that works in today's time. We have to stay focused. Well, how do you determine your circle of trust? How many rings should it have? At least 3. Your circle of trust should have at least 3 rings. Your inner circle, the outer circle, and then the regular public. It should be at least 3 rings in that circle. And that inner circle, the inner circle that sits right there with you, has to prove their worth. Every level has to prove their worth of their value to what you're doing. That inner circle, the most intimate circle, is the one that you would bleed and die for. The ones that's out right outside of that is the ones you're trying to help to make their lives better. And then you got the general community, the general public. You got to be real careful about them, extremely careful. And those ones you can't share secret with. You only share the intimate secrets with the ones that are most in that intimate circle. Why? Because they're going to be there with you to build the secrets. So they're going to know when you're digging that hole under the ground in the back of your house in the garage. So if something happens, you know how to get back there and you got that safe spot. They're going to be the ones to help you. But they have to be in that inner circle, that innermost circle. If they're not in that innermost circle, they should never visit that place that you call a place of a sanctuary and safety for you and your family. And each one of you within that inner workings, that inner circle, should have a place just like that. If y'all are not living together and y'all can all run to that one place and that place is large enough to contain you all, then each house, each residence should have the same thing in each place. That way, you don't have to worry about them coming to try to take you out to get what you have because you're the leader. Or they know that it's sitting there and they really need it, because when all hell breaks loose on this earth, people that you didn't think would hurt you will cut you up, chop your head off, and boil you and eat you. People that you think they love you. But if you got a real true brotherhood, brotherhood keeps brothers in check. Brotherhood builds something, a bond. I mean, a real brotherhood. It builds a bond between the individuals, and we would actually be willing to die for each other before we were willing to hurt each other. What does it mean that Hezekiah slept with his father? It means he passed away. He passed on from this life. Nope, you can't show everything to everybody. My thought runs to the Levi in the temple. It seems to have circles of trust in a sense with limitations and specific tasks and duties. And I seem correctly. Yes, you are. Very much correctly. Because even with the Levites, they had a certain order established. That's why certain tribes only did certain things. Kohath was the priestly lineage. Merari, they wasn't all. They was about the ornaments and the temples and making things stay straight. They had certain things. Each one had a certain assignment. But the ones who did the priesthood was the closest to the Most High. And then out of that priesthood, you had the high priest who was the closest. So there, yeah, you right on point, bro. That's the way it goes. You must, even what you call your friends, and some of you think you have a friendship. That friendship, people have to prove themselves to the value and the extent that you're willing to go out for these individuals. There's not enough of that. We meet somebody today and their soul match with our soul. I like you, man. I like you, bro. You all right. And all of a sudden, y'all in love. That's your brother. And then you go out the streets, you get into a warfare, a fight, somebody pull out the pistols or the knives, he run from you. And the reason why he run, because it wasn't his battle, it was your battle. And he don't feel about you like you thought he felt. Because a true brother's going to stand there. If he run, y'all running together. If y'all die, y'all dying together. That's what true brotherhood is all about. Matter of fact, true brotherhood goes to the length where this brother would risk his life just so that you can live. That's what true brotherhood is. But if y'all both die, y'all die together. It ain't no one thing where my brother gonna die and I'm gonna go back and talk about it, but yet I was there and I ran. It don't go that way. True brotherhood means I'm willing to die for you, but I'm willing to live for you. In both ways, my life is dedicated to you. And we're not talking about excluding the Most High. The Most High is supreme over all. We're talking about two brothers who really live the life of pleasing the Creator. But they have to understand their loyalty to each other. And I'm going to share this one more thing and then I'm going to move on. Unless somebody got a question. But two men who really love each other, and I don't talk about no faggot stuff, no homo stuff. I'm talking about a brotherhood. Two men who really have a brotherhood, their love for each other will far excel past that of a love of a man or a woman. A man and a woman. That brotherhood, real brotherhood, that love will far exceed that of a man and a woman. Far exceed past that. There's a different bond. There's a different form, a different type of love. It doesn't come with attachments like how much you giving me and what I'm giving you. It's not about that. Because in this type of love affair between two men, a real brotherhood, I'm talking about straight men. I'm not talking about no homo stuff. I'm talking about honorable men, creator-fearing men. Nothing would ever match it. Nothing. I got a brother, my wife can tell you, I got a brother that I was talking to the other day on the phone. He said, Prince, I would die for you. That's real. I didn't linger in and have him. She heard him because he's not afraid to express the brotherhood that we have. He's not afraid to do that. In a real brotherhood, that's what matters. Having people on your side, that inner circle, that will be willing to risk their lives and lay down their lives. Do you remember the story with King Dawid? I don't know if y'all remember this, but I'm going to tell it to you anyway. And hopefully you'll remember it after I'm done. Oh, the Most High must be all up in there. And let me tell you, Dawid was out at war with some of his family, some of the brothers. And two of the men heard Dawid say, man, I'm thirsty. Now the enemy is right there. They over here. And we had to ready to go to war and fight and kill the enemies. And they heard Dawid say, now you got to remember, Dawid is the king of our people. He's the leader of our people. He's the Nagid of the people. He's the head of the community. They heard Dawid say, I'm thirsty. These two men get together. Brotherhood at its finest. And they sneak into the camp of the enemies. Brotherhood at its finest. And they go get some food and some water and brings it back to Dawid and say, here you go, my Lord. Dawid said, where you get this from? They said, we went over there and we got it. Dawid said, man, you risked your life to get this. There's no way I can drink this. He poured it on the ground. True brotherhood at its finest. Now, what is the true brotherhood? For the first part, these men were willing to risk their lives to please their king, their brother, their leader. They was willing to risk their lives to please him, to satisfy his desires. The second thing is, but all of it's based on principles of righteousness. The second most phenomenal thing in that brotherhood was the respect that Dawid had for each and every one of them. He said, there is no way that I'm going to drink this because you risked your life to get it. And you poured it out. A lot of people will look at that as a sign of disrespect, but Prince don't look through those lenses. Prince sees that as an honorable thing. Dawid just set a precedence for the rest of the brothers that your life is important and sacred to me. And I wouldn't want you to risk your life just so I can have something to drink. But do you understand that these men risked their lives every day for Dawid because they were out at war with him every day? 500 men stayed by his side in warfare to fight with him, willing to risk their lives for him to live. What is that, brotherhood? He says, Psalms 133 and 1, a song of degrees of Dawid. It says, behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to sit down together in unity. It's a beautiful thing. You say we desperately need this type of thing, Kater. We got that type. It's just that a lot of people are not about it. They're not about it. We have that type of brotherhood right here. But a lot of the people that you initiate into that brotherhood, they fail because they're really worried about self. It's not about the people. All the brotherhood has to be about the people, building the people up, what's best for the people, the sanctity of the people, and everything that they do has to be about the protection of the people, educating the people, lifting the people up, providing for the people. Everything that they do has to be about that. But they have to have an order and structure and appreciation for each other that they will be willing to die for each other. They must be. And you know how you can tell a lot of the people that's a part of that brotherhood? I'm going to share that with y'all. Some of you probably already know, but their wives will have their fingernail painted red right there. That thing on the wife's hand is painted red for a reason. That's to let other brothers know that this sister is a part of the brotherhood through her husband. Therefore, if she's in another part of the earth and she's ever in need, it's your responsibility to make sure that she gets what she needs. So I just let y'all in on something. That fingernail right there will be painted red, and only that fingernail, no matter what other color she got the rest of her fingers. None of that matters. That one fingernail will be painted red. And silently, you ain't got to introduce yourself. All you got to do, your responsibility, your duty to her is to provide and make sure she's safe. You have to look at her as if she's your wife and make sure she's cool. And if she's not, you got to make sure that she's straight. If she needs anything, you got to provide that. That's a part of that oath in the brotherhood. You got to make sure that she has what she needs as she travels the earth if she's away from her husband. And that's just the reality. But we have a brotherhood like that established, Ain Kater. It's just that a lot of people don't meet the standards of joining because they trash. Talk of unity used to get us killed. Wonder about now. I don't understand. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it can still get you killed. And especially in these open airways like this. You know, when we have our talks, well, you ain't heard nothing yet, but when we do have our talks, our real talks, it'll be behind closed doors. The only problem is you got to carefully weed out the people that is worthy to sit in that inner circle. It's not a lot of people worthy because most people today have been brought in this Western, built up in this Western civilization. This Western civilization teaches you selfishness. It doesn't teach you honor, integrity, loyalty, and commitment, and how to move in truth and real love. It teaches you the illusion of all those things. And as soon as something happens that you don't like, you in your house, y'all up and y'all out. We gone. Oh, I don't like the way this is going down. I don't like the way that look. And y'all out. That means you wasn't really a part of that brotherhood. That's why you got to let people earn what they receive and what they get. They got to earn it. And in earning, they got to prove themselves over and over and over. That's why the Most High tests you, to see where he want to put you on that inner circle. But this ain't no joke, y'all. And if you know anybody that's really about, when I meet brothers that I think are worthy of that, I let them know, bro, you got a special spirit, a special soul. And that's usually introductory. And I'll leave it alone. And I'll see how harmoniously that relationship grows. Because if they really about it, ain't nothing gonna stop that relationship from building. We ain't gotta see each other for years. We ain't gotta talk to each other every week or every month or every 2 years. We ain't got to. But when the time comes that is needed, we must. We must. You won't see me for 5 years. But when that call come out, it's gonna be just like we never missed a day. Because I understand who you are, you understand who I am. And if I ever see your wife traveling, I ain't gotta know your wife. Never had to see her in my life, ever. Ain't even gotta know she married to you. But if I see that sign on her finger, then I know this is real. She's one of the sisters. Look out. I would like to dig deeper into the circles concepts of our fellowship today with so-called Black Negroes and African brothers, how those circles overlap inwardly and outwardly. Well, those type of conversations is not something that you will have. I mean, people might generally talk about it, but I can't go but so far in my conversations about it with you and dialoguing in the manner that we have. You have to earn the right to be in the circle to be able to have conversations about that inner circle. Other than what I've shared today, that's about all I can go. It's about as deep as I can get you. That's about all I can give. Can't go too much further. And I want you to also know this. Just because a person is your son, don't mean he has access to that inner circle. He could be born of your blood, but be a fluke. Unless he demonstrates the qualities and the characteristics that's needed. And nothing pleases a man more than to have his son working side by side with him. Nothing. But a lot of times your son can't cut it, and he's not worthy. Especially if he got a son that's chasing after his own personal desires with these women, with these drugs, and with money. Money cannot be a thing. Everybody makes money, but a part of the brotherhood is that you tend not to put money before your brothers, ever. That means, let me deal with you on that level so I can share this information. That means this. If I got $16 and my brother needs $21 to allow his family to stay in their home, then 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, then my brother only needs $5. My $16 has to go to my brother. And if my brother puts out that call that he needs 17, 18, 19, 20, $21, and I got $16, when I go to my brother, I'll have to have the whole $21 because I went and borrowed the other $5 so I can give him what he needs to maintain. That's what I'm talking about. That's brotherhood. All that other stuff we tell you, shalom, bro. And then as soon as something happens, a break out in the city, everybody mad at you. They don't talk to you, don't call you. Nobody checks up on you. That's not brotherhood. That's garbage. Earlier, we discussed supporting blacks and so on, but we can move outwardly within that circle with passion. But many within that circle cannot come inward into our walk in Torah. Is that right? I don't know what you're trying to say. I'm going to tell you what I think you're trying to say, and I'll give you some answers. Are you saying that this is only a black movement and that we are only to look out for black people who are keeping Torah? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying to me? Maybe I'm not making sense. Let me gather my words and come back to it. Okay. May the Most High be praised. But what I will share is this, just for the record, so people will know. When Israel left Egypt, we left as a mixed multitude. There was a lot of Egyptians right there with us as we left Egypt.
Sure did.
All right. So, are there any other questions? Any other comments? Anyone? Any of y'all got any questions? No? Well, guess I did my job then. Y'all fully satisfied? Everybody got the answers? What? I'm saying that we naturally possess the black card. We feel the strength of that suffering, but also we are servants of the Most High, and our goals are vastly different. Absolutely. That's the Most High be praised. Absolutely. All right. Are there any other questions, family? Any other comments? Any other questions? All right. We're going to close it out now. We're going to make prayer, and we're going to close it out, probably get something to eat. Some of you are going to go to other rooms and listen to them teach. Do what you do. Always, my brother. Always. May the Most High be praised. Yes, do what you do. Just remember that today is a Shabbat day, a special day of worship and praise before the Almighty. Next week, when we come back, in Yerkseh Yotzeh, if it is the will of the Most High, we're going to be on 2 Kings chapter 21, talking about a brother named Manasseh. So we'll do some research on Manasseh, 2 Kings chapter 21 and 1. And we'll have our lesson on Manasseh next week. Manasseh was a powerful dude. Thanks, bro. May Most High be with you as well. Shalom, shalom. Shabbat shalom, everyone. Shabbat shalom, everyone. You ain't got to leave yet. We're going to close out. We're going to make prayer. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to make prayer? Close out. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to close us out with a prayer? If we don't know you, keep your voice closed. If we know you about this business with the Most High, then we cool. You can come in here and make prayer with us and close us out. Ani, okay, you got it, bro. I'll send the link. Shabbat shalom, everyone. And you know what? I'm not going to talk about that. I ain't going to talk about that part. I just did. I just sent it. Want me to redo it? I'll redo it. All right, just resent it. All right, there it is. There are some people who will talk about the Most High and talk about the Most High and talk about this way of life and what we're supposed to do. Yeah. He said it's not showing. You put the link in the room. Can you see it? No, you see it there? Well, maybe it's something on your phone. It might be something on your device that's blocking it from showing. Okay, there you go. There you go. You ready, bro?
Yeah, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yep, you got it. May the Most High be praised.
Shalom.
Hallelujah. El Shaddai Eloheinu ve Elohe Abotenu. Abi Havram, Abi Yitzchak, Abi Yaakov. Ata Kwadosh, Veshemeka Kwadosh, Baruch Shemeka Leolam Wayer. Blessed be El Shaddai, who is to be blessed. Blessed be El Shaddai, who is to be blessed forever and ever. Blessed art thou, O Lord our God, King of the universe, who at thy word bringest on the evening twilight. With wisdom openest the gates of heavens, and with understanding changes times and various seasons, and arranges the stars and watches the skies according to thy will. Thou createst day and night, thou rollest away the light from before the darkness, and the darkness from before the light. Thou makest the day to pass, and the night to approach, and dividest the day from the night. El Shaddai is thy name, a king living, enduring continually. Mayest thou reign over us forever and ever. Blessed art thou, O El Shaddai, who bringest on the evening twilight. With everlasting love thou hast loved the house of Israel, thy people. A long commandment, statute, and judgment hast thou taught us. Therefore, O El Shaddai, when we lie down and when we rise up, we will meditate on thy statutes, yea, we will rejoice in the words of thy laws and in thy commandments forever. For they are our life and the length of our days, and we will meditate on them day and night. Mayest thou never take away thy love from us. Blessed art thou, O El Shaddai, who lovest thy people Israel. May it be thy will, Eloheinu ve Elohe Abotenu, that the temple be speedily rebuilt in our days, and grant our portion in thy law. And there will serve thee in awe, as the days of old and as in ancient years. Then shall the offering of Judah and Jerusalem be pleasant unto El Shaddai, as the days of old and as in ancient years. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemineka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kodushateka. El Shaddai Melech, El Shaddai Malach, El Shaddai Imloch Leolam Wayer. Baruch Shem Kabor Malkuto Leolam Wayer. Baruch Kabor Elohim Mimkomo Melech Elyon. Hallelujah. Leolam Wayer. Baruch Shemo.
All right, my brother. Thank you for that prayer. May the Most High be praised. Any words you want to give to the family?
I just want to say, man, I love what you do every week, Prince, and I look forward to visiting you guys one day, Most High is willing. Love y'all, and may the Most High bless. Baruch Shemo.
Gam L'Ka. May the Most High be praised. Thank you, bro.
No problem.
Whenever you ready,
Of
come
course.
on.
Always.
Yeah, whenever you ready. Ain't nothing but air and space between us.
Absolutely.
That's right. So let's remove that air and space and make it happen. All right?
Absolutely. Oh, Shemo,
Yeah.
definitely will.
Give the brothers my love, please.
Definitely.
All right.
Oh, Shemo.
All right. Oh, yeah. Shalom. And Ima, give Ima a kiss for me, too.
I definitely will.
All
You want
right.
to see her real quick?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull you back up. Let me see. You want to come see Ima?
Ema. Prince Kaz want to say shalom to you. Prince Kaz want to say shalom to you.
Hey, Ima. I can't see it. Pull it down a little bit. Pull the camera. Hey, shalom, Ima.
No,
How are you?
Shalom, Prince. How are you?
I'm all right. You see your girl over here, right?
I can't hear you.
Say it again.
You see your girl sitting next to me, right?
Shalom, Emma.
The girl sitting next to him, right?
Yeah, and for
Shalom.
how are you? You okay?
Yes. Yeah.
When you coming down to see me?
Well, I gotta come since you said when I'm coming.
Yeah, gotta make it happen.
I know I'll be up that way in February.
February.
Said to be in February.
Okay. Prince Cam, it's
Yes,
nice
ma'am.
to see you.
You as well. May the Most High be with you.
The Most High will be with you.
Gamleka.
Shalom.
Okay, shalom.
Baruch Elohim. Look at my twin.
Shalom, bro. Is that
Yo,
your baby?
love.
Is
Yeah,
that
that's
your
my
baby?
oldest.
What's his
Kang.
name?
Mala.
Malak?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I named him after you.
Yeah, I know. I see. Your twin for sure.
Yo, love, friend.
May the Most High be with you. Shalom.
Baruch Shemo.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna close it out, family. Thanking everybody for a beautiful Shabbat day. Asking that everybody walk in the spirit of truth, righteousness, peace, happiness, and harmony as we do our best to serve this King. Listen to the closing class portion, commercial portion that we got, and may the Most High be with you. Shalom, shalom.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. Had a lot to do, you know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
Change up in a minute, as fast as change clothes after clean.